Oh, should I go ahead?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
It's all good.
And
Scylla's
what-
joining us.
yeah, whatever. And I'm not sure if there was other stuff that other people had. So that's all that I remember us discussing. And I will turn it over. Does anybody else have anything to add to that? Nothing?
Okay, so if are we launching into the work plan discussion?
Mhm.
What I want to do is sort of set the stage for some of our newer people as to what that work plan is and why it's developed the way it is, and then start talking about some of your parking lot ideas we've talked about over the last 6 months and how to get them into the work plan. So I am going to share my screen for this one too.
Oh, you made it. Robert made it.
Hey, guys.
Oh, I told them you were commuting to.
Hey, I got lucky.
You commute to Seattle every day?
It's been like every 3 days.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's not been great.
Okay, can you guys see the slide? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So when I first got here, I was asked by the city manager at the time, who was Martha Meeker, that's who hired me, to do an assessment of the planning department and give her what my assessment was and the game plan to rebuild it. That my hire was to rebuild the planning program. And so and she gave me 6 months to do so. So I went through it. So in Oregon, there's a bunch of plans that we're supposed to do as cities, and there's time frames in which we're supposed to be updating them and all these other things. And as you know, McMinnville sort of got held up in the pipeline for all that planning work. And it's really put McMinnville behind. So we went through that and we looked at state law mandates, we looked at federal mandates, and then we looked at, what are really good strategic planning stuff. So it's one thing to do all the mandates, but a good planning program is actually in front of things and doing the good fun community planning. And so we ranked them for a high, medium, low priority. We put values next to them and staffing that we would need as well. We had 2 staff members at that time. And then we divided it up into long range planning efforts, comp plan amendments. So that's the code stuff that you see coming through. Well, comp plan amendments is like what you're working on with the 3 mile lane area plan. And then zoning ordinance amendments is the code stuff. And then we talked about funding it with grants, reaching out to create partnerships with higher education around the state. And then getting in-house support from the city to bring us back up to date. And so then I actually brought Gary Lane and Walter, and he sat with my team, and we started working through, what does this look like? How do we put a strategic plan together? And then we brought that to the Planning Commission and said, this is our charge and we need to make something happen. And we started developing 5-year work plans, because a lot of this work takes 3, 4, 5 years for completion. And so we wanted to understand what that looks like. This is our first work plan that we came up with the Planning Commission and the staff retreat. And you'll see, I was looking at this morning thinking it's kind of interesting. So 3 Mile Lane, which started in 2017, is now in your docket, right? So 4 years later is when we're looking at the recommendation for adoption of that. But so it does take time, but we would make these lists every year, and then we just start tackling them. I'd sign them into staff members, and we would start to work through these different efforts. And every year we revisit it. So in 2018, the focus was really on long range planning, and it was focused on citizen engagement for future growth discussions. So getting people back involved in planning in McMinnville. When I got here, it felt like people were feeling a little battle worn in terms of community planning, but recognized that McMinnville was on the cusp of change, and they wanted to help steer that so it wasn't negative change for the community, and they wanted to get involved. So our whole effort was, how do we set the table so that people can participate in a meaningful way and that we can do impactful planning. And then every year we sort of go through it and say, okay, what have we gotten done? what do we still need to work on, what's going to shift based on different priorities that are coming together or certain types of funding mechanisms. And we do everything in these 2-year blocks because most every big planning effort is going to span at least 2 years. And you see we've moved a lot of stuff around over the years. And then that always ends up with our 5-year work plan. So at the beginning of each calendar year with Planning Commission, we'll bring this back and we'll say, this is our 5-year work plan. This is still it. Is there stuff we need to add? How are we working through this and getting this done? There are some things we can't change because there's state mandates and deadlines in front of us. But there is some stuff that we can wiggle around a little bit. And so the parking lot that I recall, and so I can't recall the one that you brought up and then said maybe we don't need to discuss it. So if I didn't capture that, please speak up. It was Commissioner Rankin brought up I'm calling it proprietary rental buying in neighborhoods. So the concern that people, that large corporations were buying large quantities of housing in neighborhoods and putting them on the rental market. And then short-term rentals is I've only been here 5 years and we're cycling back into this. So I think it's on a 3-year cycle and making a little bit, that's come up as a discussion as well for the parking lot. Anything else that you want to talk about as a team relative to these efforts, long-range plans, comprehensive plan amendments, and zoning ordinance amendments. And then we can talk a little bit about process. I was visiting with your chair and vice chair today that I think there's some process issues we might want to visit about as well in this hour. So that's just to set the stage of how we got to where we are in terms of the work plan that's in front of you. And we can work through what you want to add to it. I'll recommend to you how we'll need to delete things or move things around to make that happen.
Anybody have any questions of Director Richards?
I thought I could bring you up to speed where I am on the research. Sean Beaton at the county assessor's office sent me two more files, the complete residential transfers that took place in 2021. I had 4 months of it, so I didn't bother getting into that before. And he also sent me the address list. So this is for all the properties here in town, so I can see who's owner occupied and who's not. So I'm almost done going through that. I'm highlighting that first, and then I'm going to go back to the sales list. So I'm probably a couple of weeks away of having some kind of report for you.
Thanks. Woohoo. It's a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you,
Beth.
What are you trying to?
I'm trying to identify really, do we have a problem? Since this is a national thing where investors are buying up new houses under construction, it raised my concern, and the effort I made for 2020 showed about, I think it was about 10 to 12% was non-owner purchases. This list that he gave me now will make me much more confident with making that call for 2021.
Is this something that's against the code now, or?
No, it's not. It's something to bring up to see if there's anything I personally can't think of anything we can do. The things that I've read other cities are doing, I don't think are workable.
In Oregon.
Well, just the expense. What if we're going to mandate anything? That means we have to put somebody in charge of keeping an eye on it. Okay, just that expense alone is something this town doesn't have money for, unless it turns out to be a real problem. And so that's purely what I'm doing now, is identifying, do we have a problem? And then we can talk about what we want to do about it.
Yeah, thank you, Beth. Dan? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. That's basically where I was headed. Number one, do we have the ability and or I would say maybe constitutional or land rights to do anything about it. And then second is their appetite to do anything about it. So it'll be a good discussion for us. And like you say, Beth, it'll be interesting to see if our speculation actually leads to confirmation of a
Mhm.
challenge or if there is no challenge. So,
And if,
Thank
you
you.
know, Beth, if nothing else, we at least will have the information and we can see if there's a process either with us to recommend to council, to recommend to state, to our representatives, that this is definitely an issue coming down the pipeline and we've identified it. And we're not sure what other towns are doing, other cities are doing, but this is something we need to do, especially since there's a housing crunch and a need for housing all across the state. So it's appreciate that. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah. Go ahead, Scylla.
I brought up the short-term rental topic, and I did get a list from Heather of people that have currently are permitted, or I should say addresses that are currently permitted for short-term rentals. And the list it's quite comprehensive. Thank you. It includes people, permitted properties where the permits expired and not been renewed, currently active, and permitted properties for short-term rentals and for owner-occupied short-term rentals. Or that's not what it's called, I don't think. But you know what I mean, where somebody rents a room out in their house. It's a different permit. And I've spent only a few hours so far. And what I'm doing initially is I'm comparing that list against Airbnb and VRBO listings. Those two companies don't actually list physical addresses, but some of these places I'm able to figure out where they are. So far, I have actually come up with 3 properties that are not permitted but are actively listed as vacation rentals that are not owner occupied, and then some others that I have to do some more research. I've also drafted an email I'm trying to find other communities that are the similar size as ours, but also similar in terms of destination quality. Does that make sense? For visitors, to find out what their existing policies are regarding short-term rentals. Some of the reading I've done is communities have all different kinds of there's a really wide breadth about what people are doing. Some communities, there's no monitoring at all. Others, it's like ours, it's very simple. It's an annual fee. Others, there are a limit to how many permits are allowed within an area. Others, the annual fee is much higher. So others, the distance between homes is greater. Some places have no distance barriers. So I'm still kind of gathering information on that, just so you guys know.
Scylla, when I first started working on this decades, I don't know, it seems like decades ago, Manzanita was the place that I looked at, and I think it had one of the first codes in Oregon.
Yeah, they do. And theirs is pretty strict.
Yeah, that was the first one that.
And they limit the number of legal permits.
So we have a software program that translates everything on Airbnb, VRBO into Citus addresses.
Oh, you do?
That's how we do code enforcement on them.
That would be lovely to have those, because I actually reached out to Airbnb for a list and I was denied.
Yeah. So I don't know if we can share it with you or not, but we could run whatever you're looking for.
Heather,
What do you mean by that?
Do you know, Heather, if how many complaints the city gets on short-term rentals?
So outside of what you see when they're going through the permitting process, we don't get any.
Okay.
Except for the last one.
If a short-term rental has a complaint, they call the police. Does the police identify that as a short-term rental
If a
complaint?
short-term rental has a noise complaint on the weekends or in the evenings, it does go to the the non-emergency police
Right.
line, but we get notifications of those. And I don't
Okay,
think
good.
still anybody ever called in to the non-emergency police line on the one on Baker Street.
No, I'm sorry. I meant the application process for at the last meeting that we all discussed. There was a lot of people
Yes.
against
So
the
in
application.
the process of permitting, you hear a lot of
Okay, yeah.
noise about it. But once things are permitted, I'm not aware of, I could ask our code compliance officers
Yeah.
in the police department as well. I will tell you 3 years ago when we went through the review for this, so for short-term rentals, we collected codes from about 10 different communities and created a big spreadsheet on it. So I can share that with you, Scylla. If you have that information, you can see if they've changed their codes
I'd love that.
reactive to something. And then also we're going through a discussion of code enforcement to understand, how can we get in front of those that aren't operating appropriately and also are, understanding what the complaints are for the businesses. I think it's not, I guess what I would say when I hear about it, the operations isn't always that. I mean, that's what you hear here is the issue, the operations, but it's really not realized in our world in terms of people complaining. But we definitely heard a couple of years ago and are hearing now from city council concerns about too many homes in neighborhoods that are not occupied by families that are living in those homes and actively participating in that neighborhood.
Yeah, and I should, full disclosure to everybody, and I think I mentioned before, I own an Airbnb in Texas. When I lived in McMinnville, I lived in Portland for a number of years between when I lived in McMinnville before and before we committed to Portland, we actually listed our home on Airbnb for about a year, not quite. And I use Airbnb regularly, and I quite enjoy the platform. And so I am not against the platform per se. I have issues with it, of course, like we all do with a lot of things. My concern is, I have multiple concerns. One of them is homes that are being bought up by people that don't live here exclusively to be used for that purpose. So that's a problem that I have. But again, people can people spend their money on whatever they want. It's not we don't get to tell them what they can do with it within reason. My other concern is, we have a permitting process and people that are not adhering to that. And that is the process, the permit exists for a reason. And if people are operating without a permit, I think that is an unfair advantage to other people. So that's just full disclosure, just putting that all out on the table. And I'm the only person that's concerned about this, but I hear about it a lot in the community, a lot. And part of, a lot of the stuff that I hear from people is just inaccurate. And I also feel like going through this exercise will give us the ability to show data that shows either, yes, these concerns that you have are correct, or no, these concerns that you have are actually not happening. So
I guess what I would ask you as a group, so I've heard from several of you concerns about the short-term rentals and an interest in evaluating it as a commission to see if the current code is serving McMinnville the way that McMinnville wants it to be served relative to short-term rentals. Or if you're comfortable and just, and we could do that and then we would work with Scylla with all the information she's gotten and start bringing it into you as work session material and you can work through it. I know at city council level, I think that they're sort of in the same place that Scylla just described. I would say that there's several of them who feel it's much more prevalent than the data shows it is, but they're also hearing from their constituents a lot about it and the impact that it's having on neighborhoods. I would say the neighborhoods close to the downtown are probably the most impacted because of proximity to downtown and people wanting to be there. And the spacing standard, it's pretty much created a situation where that's now is what it is. And we're starting to see realtors looking beyond the downtown area for properties. So.
I know I brought up to staff, just was throwing out ideas when I with the latest short-term rental that I had recused myself from, simply because our neighborhood, for whatever reason, seems to be overly impacted. And when you look at I did look at the houses and stuff like that. And so I was trying to come up with ideas also to mitigate and I just don't know if we have enough time. I mean, I know we've got a lot on our plate. And I know staff has a lot on our plate, and I'm certainly happy to work with Scylla on building up some other ideas. But I do the impact of non-owner occupied houses impacts the entire city. And certainly it impacts neighborhoods, whereas there is a difference between those who are renting out rooms or mother-in-law apartments. And I think there's ways that we can work with permit costs and other stuff to either so it's self-sustaining with one person on the planning commission or on the planning department that is paid for to do all that. But it will take some time, and I'm happy to work with Scylla to do that. But I just wasn't sure what the timeline is with staff to get to that point.
So Doni, can you kind of talk about what are the impacts?
Yeah, so way back when I did a lot of research and just to give you a brief history, at that time I was commuting back and forth to Bend, and I could see what was happening with the neighborhoods that were offering the short-term rentals. And they were ghost neighborhoods. There was nobody living in them except for these people who were coming in on weekends or every now and then on vacation for vacation times. And they were not fully rented for vacation. It wasn't just week after week after week. And so there was a lot of empty homes. And this was in Bend. This wasn't in Sun River, which is meant to be a vacation area. And when I was working over there, it was just on weekends and talking to parents and people who live there. And then I went back and did research on it, how much impact the lack of ownership has on the town and the city. There's a lack of volunteers. There's a lack of people who are trying to make the city a better place. You get people coming in for just the vacation stuff, so yes, there's an increase in tourism dollars for restaurants and for, tourist destination stuff. But then you're getting decrease in your volunteer firemen, your people who are willing to work on the planning commission, people who are willing to coach the local soccer teams and the basketball teams. There's a lot of non-tangible impacts that we do not see because they're not fungible. And so it hurts cities, and there's numerous articles out there. I'm happy to pull them up again to show the impact of that, which is why I think there's a way we can tier the level of short-term rentals and the permitting cost to say, if you want to have your house and you want to rent it out on Airbnb, fine, make your garage into a place or something like that. And, right now we're allowed to have these non-accessory dwelling units, but you have to live there. You have to be able to keep an eye on it. So if your neighbors hear too much noises, we can go directly to you instead of having to call the non-emergency line or suck it up. And that way, those people are still invested because they're living there. They're living next to their apartment, or they're having people in their house, or maybe they're renting it out because they're teachers and they're gone for 3 months, and they want to be able to have some income for some passive or some other income for their house. So I think there's ways we can tier it, but we have to go back and relook at it. And I do think, and I've stated this numerous times, I do think that 200 feet is just too close. And I don't know how much of it, I have a feeling it's pretty tough on staff to having to keep figuring out what's 200 feet. And I know initially when we set this up, it was, we had a pretty large standard, but it was based on blocks. So I think it was either 4, I can't even remember, it was 6 blocks or 4 blocks. I think the
600
other
feet
probably
was so it's gone from nothing to 600 feet, back to nothing to 200 feet. And I don't know why the 600 feet was chosen. The 200 feet was chosen because that is a block, one block.
Right, I think it was because it was 3 blocks. We were trying to come up with 3 blocks and there wasn't a standard for a block. And so I think that's what staff ended up with at the time. And then it was taken away when I was off the planning commission. And then the last time around, I did testify as to why I really thought it needed to be at a minimum 3 blocks. So anyways, I don't know. I don't know if we want to, I'm happy to work with Scylla on this and keep moving it forward.
A quick clarifying question. When you say you live there, do you mean someone permanently lives there, or it has to be the owner?
That's a good question. I hadn't thought about that. Normally you'd want, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's something we can discuss as a group. But
So you legally in land use can't, from what I understand, they've taken away the ability to, from a land use perspective, differentiate between owners and non-owners. If it's a residentially occupied dwelling unit, it's a residentially occupied dwelling unit. And from a administration and code enforcement place, it would be really hard to prove evidentiary that someone lives or does not live there. So there's all sorts of information. There's all sorts of code enforcement programs that demonstrate that people have their mail delivered there and then go into the court of law and say, I live there. And here's, you can see it from this type of thing. So I would encourage that we don't focus on whether it's a rental versus owner occupied, but it's resident. It's, the issue is, because you also don't want to say that a family renting a home and living in that neighborhood for 10 years is any, put a value system on that family versus another family that can afford to own their home, right? You're really thinking about who's engaged in the community and has an emotional attachment to the neighborhood and is interacting with the rest of their neighbors and participating.
So is McMinnville currently experiencing these problems? Or are we trying to get in front of what we think will be a problem? Or we don't know?
Which problem you're referring to, Robert?
Short-term rentals.
Well, I can tell you, so the numbers, I think the numbers aren't large for those homes that are fully rental. So we do have 2 different permits: resident occupied short-term rental and short-term rental, which isn't resident occupied. And for those that are short-term rentals, we just added 2. So we have 51. I think what I sent to Scylla was 49. That's in our residential zones. We do not permit them through a permitting process in the commercial zones. They're an outright allowed use as lodging. And so you do have a lot of, especially downtown, a lot of second floors on the downtown buildings were converted from housing to lodging, so to speak, through Airbnb programs. So we are not permitting those, and that's not in the database. So what I hear from people is the spacing standard's too small because it is creating in those neighborhoods. So Sid lives in a neighborhood that has a high attraction for these because of the housing stock in the neighborhood and the proximity to the downtown. And so probably every 200 feet's now full there in terms of where you can put a vacation home rental. So it's impacting the neighborhood in terms of having that consistent embedded family living there. And then there are people who feel that it has taken away from housing in the community, affordable housing. So the downtown conversions, most of those were affordable and then converted into these high-end lodging. So that's a story I hear often. And then also other homes. Now what we see on our side is people moving into this in 2 ways. One, buying a disinvested house that's in disrepair, that if they invest a lot of money in it, they can recoup their investment by putting it into income producing place in the vacation home rental market. So we do see that several times. In fact, I was visiting with one person today about that, and it doesn't pencil out otherwise. And then there's other people who are just picking up really nice homes and putting them into high-end vacation home rentals. But there's definitely, I will tell you, I was sharing this with Sid today at our the executive board meeting with the chair and vice chair, that it's a lot of work for staff right now to manage the program. We put more time into this than probably anything else we do. If you look at the grand scheme of the myriad of stuff we do a lot. So I'm not saying we put like a quarter of our time into it, but you know, we're fielding phone calls from realtors who are serving investors who are looking for properties in McMinnville. And is it in the 200-foot spacing standard? So what I would say is we can put it into our work plan. We'd be happy to support any work that commissioners want to do in terms of research and then bringing it in for code rewrites. If we did do that, my recommendation would be that we put a moratorium on them right now so that we can then shift the time that we're putting into trying to administer the program into the evaluation piece of the program. And that's
I
how
think
we would
that's-
find
I think
capacity.
that, I think
That's,
that's,
yeah, that's reasonable.
I would support that.
Mhm.
I
And
support it
so
also.
if it is something the planning commission wants to put in their work plan, we would bring that. Amanda, the city council, legal counsel and I were talking about it. City council would make the decision for the moratorium. You wouldn't need to do that. So we would bring the recommendation up to them.
I think that's a good idea. I know that there's quite a few people in this neighborhood that have reached out to their council members. So I think that would be good.
Every
Heather,
time
can
it goes through our system for a permit, city councilors hear about it from the
Mhm.
adjacent neighbors.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think it's tough because I'm trying not to be a NIMBY, but we have there's two commercial ones that didn't have to go through the permitting phase. So there's 3, 4, 5, I have 6 within 3 blocks of me.
You have some grandfathered ones that came in with
Yeah.
we used to do conditional use permits that stays with the property and just continues on to whoever it sells to. And so we don't have a means of removing that permit.
Mm.
Did you want to
Is that-
talk? Okay, go ahead.
So is now an appropriate time to briefly talk about what a moratorium timeline would look like? Would there be notice? Does it happen real quick? We don't have to spend much time on it, just generally.
Yeah. So there's some strategy to it that we have to think through. So I'm sure city council would want to give notice. I wouldn't want to give so much notice that we then get slammed with everybody who wants to buy a short-term rental, doing it in the next 6 weeks and putting it into our process. So we would have to think through what that looks like, to do the right thing, but also to do, because the reason we want to do a moratorium is we don't have the capacity for more work to evaluate this if we're also administering this program over here. That's tough to administer anyways. So we have to think that through, but it is an ordinance voted on by city council. So there's noticing requirements associated with it. I think they hold a public hearing. So I mean, it's not a quiet thing that's done as a policy. And I'm sure there would be some dialogue about it. And then the work plan. So what I would do is, based on your discussion tonight and juggling all the different state deadlines that we're working towards right now, we would figure out when we'd be able to put it into the work plan, how much time it would take in terms of staff time, and then make that recommendation to city council. So we can do this in the next 6 months. We need a moratorium for, let's say, 8 months, just to be sure, that type of thing.
I think that sounds reasonable. Everybody agree? Raise hands. Okay. I just needed to get it. All right, Heather, I think if you could approach city council and.
I don't know if I saw a majority there.
No. He's just
One,
sitting.
two. Raise your hands again.
I'm kind of this.
Yeah, I think so. Brian, Dan,
You're gonna
and-
vote yes or not?
I'm not sure about the duration of the moratorium. That's what concerns me. If we have people that have already gone through a process of investing in a property and they have plans to do so, to turn it into something right now, I mean, I would hate to lock them out of that opportunity that they've already invested in financially. But I mean, we can't make it a 1 month moratorium. We also can't make it 12 months. There needs to be something reasonable that gives people opportunity, but also allows them back into the market when we have a plan that works well.
So why don't I bring back some recommendations for you at your next meeting as to what it would look like? And then you can, unless you want to move it forward up to city council right now, that what we do have as a requirement for a short-term rental is you need to do a neighborhood meeting in advance of it. And you need to do that before you submit your land use application. So there's ways where we can say, you know, we'll institute a moratorium in such and such a time frame. So by whatever. And those people who have already demonstrated that they've done their neighborhood meetings, so clearly they're on the path, they want to get this done, will be grandfathered in and will be shuffled through the process.
Yeah, that seems a
Yeah.
little fair to those individuals.
I agree with Dan. It seems like there are ways that we can establish this so that people who are actively in the process can still continue through the process. But I also don't want to make it so far down the road where we've passed any kind of reasonable window. I'm again, this is something that I'm responding to the many people that came forward about the last permit, and from what I hear from people in the community, if this is not something that other people feel is needed, then, and especially if it's an added responsibility for staff who maybe don't have the time to do this, that's fine. So I'm all for taking an appropriate vote, if that's the right way to move this forward.
So I think because we're a tourism destination, that we should look at this. We should absolutely look at this. I don't think it's a waste of time. But to Dan's point, it needs to just be reasonable, and then we need to be thorough and quick about our work so we don't prevent people from spending their money and using their properties as they wish.
Agreed.
So I don't know how thorough and quick we can be about it. I want to share with you what is on your near-term horizon. You're knee-deep in the 3 Mile Lane area plan, and who knows where that will go. We needed to bring that in for adoption because it was a requirement of our grant to do so. We have the missing middle housing project that is coming in to you you have your joint meeting next week with City Council to go over the draft code, which I'm still drafting. I'll finish that after this meeting tonight. And we will take that into public hearing process starting on March 17th. So in March, so you could have 2 overlapping legislative issues that are fairly high profile migrating through the process at the same time. We hadn't anticipated this reaction to the 3 Mile Lane area plan when we were setting up this schedule. And then you do have 3 development reviews, which I do suspect will be, those are the 3 public hearings for the comprehensive plan map amendment and zoning map amendment out on Highway 18, clearly based on what we're seeing in the 3 Mile Lane area plan testimony. That's sort of the trigger point, and I suspect that will be working through the process in a very high profile way. So to bring in an additional large discussion like the short-term rentals, which it will be, it's always an emotional discussion. We're probably looking down the road a couple of months to get that into the program. Just to be realistic.
Maybe
That
we can,
seems about when I thought it would come in, frankly, with all the stuff. I didn't think we would actually get to it before at least 2 to 3 months.
hey, Scylla, I mean, we
Sorry.
can collect information. We know there's problems with it, but I don't think it's a knockdown. I mean, you guys weren't involved with it, but I don't think it's that bad that we can't let it continue on for a while we get our ducks in order. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to stop everything.
So maybe it'd be helpful if I bring to your next meeting a sort of a calendar of what's immediate in front of you and where I think this could fit in, and also the process for permitting short-term rentals, and we can have a further discussion as to when it makes sense to create the calendar for it, for this dialogue.
Sounds
That
good.
sounds
Okay.
Okay.
Because you also have in May and June, we'll be bringing to you Goal 5 and Goal 7 work, which we need to get done by the end of the calendar year. And that is riparian corridor protection, that's tree stand protection, that's natural hazard protection overlay zones in terms of where development will go. I suspect that's going to be a tough discussion in this
Yeah.
community, where there's a lot of proponents and opponents. So it will be, yeah, there's some big stuff in front of us.
At our last meeting, Heather, we were talking about raising the possibility of needing to meet more than once a month. And we decided to do this work session beforehand as a way of trying to get things moving forward, but it sounds like we've got full plate.
Yeah, Amanda's recommendation after we were talking was you might think about meeting twice a month and separating out your legislative initiatives into one cycle of meetings and your quasi judicial initiatives into another cycle of meetings.
Yeah.
So they
that's
don't
a
get
good idea.
conflated with each other.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
I like that.
As long as the workload is relatively even between the two. But if we have a whole bunch of legislative or a whole bunch of quasi judicial, I'm not, we'll still be overloaded in half of the meetings, so.
The unfortunate part is most of your legislative stuff that's in the pipeline right now is time mandated. And development review is time mandated too. So I don't have a lot of wiggle room to try and diffuse it down the road.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying don't try to make one meeting only legislative, the other, because if we're overloaded with quasi judicial, we should be meeting twice a month, including quasi judicial on both of them. Not trying to artificially separate just based on the type of meeting or type of decision.
So if you did go to 2 meetings a month, right now you meet the 3rd Thursday of the month, so that's right smack in the middle. So you have to think about the 1st and 3rd Thursday, maybe. City council's the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays.
Would that work for everybody's schedules to switch to a 1st and 3rd?
That makes
I'd
sense.
I'd make it work.
If Heather, so if you can work with staff then, so then maybe we could start switching to 1st and 3rd and give appropriate notice to applicants and the
Yeah,
public.
we'll figure out when we should bring that in and let you guys know.
Okay.
It will not be the 1st Thursday in March.
Right. And then related to that, we had also talked about changing the timeline for written testimony, similar to what we had when we had in person. I know for myself, and I've heard also from other members of the commission, how difficult it is to get through everything right before a meeting. And we want to give appropriate weight to every single piece of testimony and and make sure we read it thoroughly. And it's definitely very hard, at least, I mean, we get to it, but it's hard to get it in the afternoon when so many of us are working. And I'm sure it's tough on staff. Is there something that you would work for staff and maybe work for the committee members?
Yeah, so Amanda, our city attorney, looked at that this afternoon. There's both statutory requirements and case law about this. So we do need to provide opportunity for public testimony and participation in an equitable way. And the case law is, originally I was going to recommend that we get all public testimony within a couple of days of getting the staff packet out. It's murder on staff, this testimony that comes in like a fire hose a couple of days just before the public hearing. We were going to recommend that. There was case law that went to the state that said 10 days was too early of an expectation. So Amanda's going to do some more work on it and figure out where's the sweet spot. I think we're going to need to collect stuff for the staff packet, and then we're going to have another deadline between the staff packet and your hearing, and that's 7 days. We get the staff packet out a week in advance. That's a state law. and call it good there,
Okay.
whatever that is. And then provide the opportunity for people to obviously participate in an oral fashion at the public hearing as well.
Okay. I know we had brought up an executive session. I'm sorry, did we? So do you want to get back to us with you and Amanda?
Yeah, I think if everyone concurs that the current mode of operation is not working efficiently for anybody, and I don't think it works well for the people providing testimony either, quite frankly, then we will work on bringing a recommendation to you that meets Kate's law and the statutes.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes,
I see
absolutely.
some heads nodding. Okay. All right, thank you. We have 12 minutes before we start our meeting, and I know Heather had brought up another idea at our executive meeting about neighborhood how constructive some of the neighborhood meetings are, but that's a pretty big discussion. We could cover it like for 2 minutes and then maybe everybody take a break before we start our meeting, or do you want to just plow through another big idea?
Well, maybe you could introduce the issue because none of us have heard what's going on.
I'll introduce it and you can decide how you want to move. So we've had some discussion internally about the neighborhood meeting requirements. We instituted that several years ago with the best intentions being that we were seeing a lot of, so in McMinnville, planning can be very negative and hostile environment. And we were trying to figure out why at the public hearing process. And we felt that it was maybe because people didn't have enough information about the project or the development, or had the opportunity to actually visit with the developer and find out what they were doing and establish relationships. So a lot of communities do these neighborhood meetings in advance of submitting an application. And one, it's supposed to get information on the table, and two, establish the opportunity for the two-way dialogue. What we're discovering here in McMinnville is that it's not necessarily working as intentioned. It has been a very negative experience for many people going through it, and so I'm not sure that it's the tool that we need it to be. And wanted to visit with you as a group about that at some point.
I guess my question is, did you have people who were organizers of the neighborhood meeting is the word that comes to mind, proponents, the developers or whomever, that came to you afterwards and said, hey, this is a really tough thing to go through, or is this based on observations from you, from staff?
Yeah.
Both.
So I guess I would say it's both. We have had people who have so it's a regulatory requirement. So, our world's tough because we're regulators. So people just do because they want to get through. But we have had feedback from some people who have participated, especially the more experienced developers who are just like, this is not doing what you wanted it to do. And it was one of the worst nights for me, where it was just very hostile. But we also have observed it. So after a neighborhood meeting occurs, we will get phone calls the next day, and based on what's happening in those discussions and those phone calls, it can be fairly riled up and very, how do I prevent this from happening? I want to, it's not information gathering.
But Heather, if you'll remember, we were having that at the commission meetings. People were showing up and they were frustrated because they didn't know anything about the project. And then here we are trying to have a public hearing and we're explaining the project to people. We are.
No, that's true. That's true.
And so that's why we started the neighborhood meetings. And having been someone who's presented for many years, they're terribly negative, but you're there to at least give information. And that was the key thing here. So
do you feel, Lori, that that the neighborhood meetings have offset that issue? Because that is why we put it together.
I feel they have. We've been able to just do meetings now without we'd get stopped. What is this? Where did this come from? People speaking out of turn. It was pretty crazy for a while,
When do those neighborhood meetings go into effect, Heather?
a couple of years ago.
Yeah, with COVID, everything blurs in my head, but I think 2018, I would say, probably around the same time as the short-term rentals, because we started requiring them as part of the short-term rental process.
I mean, we could allow the developer to go and put a web page up and respond to questions, but some things are just so simple. Like, is there going to be a garbage can there or whatever?
Yeah.
But
It's
they don't want to
supposed
spend,
to answer those basic questions.
they don't want to spend the time to defend their project.
Stella?
But
Yeah, I like the neighborhood meeting idea. I can understand it can be really, really painful for people. But I agree with Lori in that I think it's an important way to communicate with people. And, you hear that a lot from the community. They're like, oh, the city's doing this and we don't know anything about it. And, a lot of times it's really nice to be able to say, actually, there were these meetings and notices were put up in your neighborhood. And sorry, you didn't pay attention to them and didn't go, but due diligence is done on this end. And frankly, and it's a way for, if it's a developer and they're going into their neighborhood, then they should get to know their neighbors. And this may be a tough way of doing it, but so those are my 2 cents.
So 2017, Dan, is when it got.
Thank you. I'm just asking because I was part of one of those back in 2007 or 8, I believe. And it was nothing more than this is what's going to happen to you. And I hope you enjoy it. And it was a railroading of just, this is the way it's going to be. So I'm glad to hear that something changed, and I hope they're much more effective than they were at that time.
Yeah, that must have been voluntary because I don't think we required it at the time, or maybe staff just quite said, it's typically I'll tell some bigger developments, you need to get out there and talk to neighbors. But we
Yeah,
do
this had to-
require it.
Yeah, this had to deal with the high school in town.
Okay. We do require it now as part of the process. For any land use application that's coming to you, a neighborhood meeting is required, and then short-term rentals is also required, even though that's an administrative decision.
If it works as a sifting factor, I mean, it sounds solid to me. I'm also hearing, or I'm imagining that a large percentage of what the commissioners here and the neighborhood meetings is, I wish the rules were different and this wasn't going to happen. But that sounds like an age-old problem for planners, no?
Yeah, it might be a larger discussion, which is just how we, I think in McMinnville, my goal, I've told people this, so I'll tell you this. My goal for 2022 is to try and help change the tone for planning in McMinnville. It should not be the way it is right now. I lost 2 great planners because it was too hostile for them. And planning's fun. It's a community dialogue. You're getting together to make meaningful impact. So somehow we can have disagreement, but do it civilly and move forward. And tone's so important. So I don't know how to start saying that. I haven't encountered this in other communities I've worked in. I don't know what Brian's experience has been, but it'd be great to change the tone. I guess is what I would say.
Most cities in California require sign postings for like a commercial development, be a 4-foot by 8-foot sign, have a brief project description, a website, or the contact person. And we found out that really helped out because now people could find out the information they wanted. We also required, in my city, I started it, neighborhood public meetings for like commercial development, because that's another case. I forget, someone mentioned that people don't know what's going on and they want to come and hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're identified with a sign that there is something coming up, that's the first step. And then the public meeting, the neighborhood meeting, would give them the detailed information if they want to look for it. But we require that for commercial developments, not for single, short-term rentals, that type of thing. But it does work because people drive by it, they see it. The
Hmm.
300-foot notices, doesn't go out far enough for people. So if they drive by, see a giant sign and they're concerned about it, they will take a step further and call the number on the board and get the information they want. So that was very effective as to getting the word out.
Yeah, so maybe it's reviewing what we require right now and tweaking it.
Yeah, I liked your idea of a QR code that you brought up in the executive meeting.
Madam Chair, would we like to take a 2-minute break
Yeah,
before
I think
our
we need to
official
take
meeting
a-
starts?
Yeah, let's do a 2-minute stretch. I'll see you guys at 6:30.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just going to wait for the rest of our commissioners to pop back in. All right. I think we have just about everybody, and I'm sure Scylla will pop back in just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and start. So good evening. I would like to call the regular meeting of the McMinnville Planning Commission to order. For the recording, I will conduct, oh, I guess we better wait for Priscilla. We better wait.
So just for the record and for those joining us, the Planning Commission just had an hour-long work session, so they took a quick break and we're waiting for one of our commissioners to rejoin us. So Chair Winfield, why don't you go ahead and then I can note for the record when
Okay.
Priscilla joins us.
Okay, I just wasn't sure how you wanted to handle the roll call. Okay, we'll start over. I would like to call the regular meeting of the McMinnville Planning Commission to order. For the recording, I will conduct a roll call of planning commissioners present. Gary Langewalter,
Present.
Robert Bangaday,
Present.
Matthew Depp. Did I say your last name right? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
It's Debbie present.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No worries.
Brian Randall,
Present.
Beth Rankin,
Here.
Laurie Sanchez,
Here.
Dan Chakowski,
Yeah, present.
Cilla McClellan. Okay. On behalf of the members of this commission, I would like to welcome those in attendance. This meeting will be digitally recorded and will be held in accordance with the land use procedures required by the McMinnville Code, the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan, and the state of Oregon. Our meeting tonight is being held digitally on Zoom. Since this is a unique meeting format, I would like to provide an overview of some important procedural items to ensure the meetings run smoothly for everyone that is participating. Any members of the public that have joined the Zoom will be set to mute and have their video display hidden. At the appropriate times during the meeting, I will ask those in attendance whether they would like to speak. When this occurs, please select the raise hand option from your device. When you've selected raise hand, the staff person managing the meeting will know that you would like to speak. I will give adequate time at these points during the meeting to ensure that we capture everyone that would like to speak. If you're having difficulty using the raise hand feature, you may also use the chat feature to type and state that you would like to speak. This will be monitored by the staff person managing the meeting. If using the chat feature, please note which agenda items you would like to speak about, and we will allow you to speak at the appropriate time on the agenda. Please note that you should not use the chat function for any other communications. If you're calling in via phone and do not have access to the Zoom meeting video and toolbar, please wait until I ask if there's anyone on the phone who would like to address the commission. I will make sure that everyone who wants to participate in the public hearing has the opportunity to do so. At this point, we had agreed during executive session that all testimony will be 6 minutes. Is this the appropriate time to state that, Heather?
Sure. And you have other times where when you will be reminding people that as
Okay.
well.
Just a heads up to those wishing to speak. I would ask that the planning commissioners follow the same process during our deliberations and at opportunities for questions of speakers. Staff will assist in monitoring when commissioners have raised their hand, and the chair will identify commissioners when they have the ability to speak. If commissioners would also please keep themselves on mute when you are not speaking, that will also assist with the Zoom meeting process. Are there any citizens that want to comment on anything that is not on the agenda at this time?
I don't see anyone, Chair.
Okay. Have all commissioners had the opportunity to review the minutes? And I just want to say for the record on the December 6th, the minutes that we're approving, I had to leave that meeting and it needs to be noted. So, okay. So,
Chair Winfield, can you just note what was the last vote you participated on at that meeting?
Yeah, I had to leave before the short-term rental and I had recused myself for that anyways. So,
Okay. All right, we will make that amendment to the minutes.
all right, thank you. Are we ready for a motion?
I move that we accept the minutes as presented and amended.
Is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
I didn't see the second.
Lori,
Okay,
that's you.
all right. Commissioner Langell Walter has moved to approve the minutes, and the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous in favor of the motion and none opposed. This evening, we have 5 public hearings on the agenda, 4 quasi-judicial hearings and 1 legislative hearing. On behalf of the commission, I would like to thank everyone who's come to the hearing this evening, your presence and your interest. For those who are here for the public hearing on docket CPA 2-20/ZC 320, the Kimco application for a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change with a plan development overlay, city staff is recommending, and the applicant also requests, that the public hearing be continued to the next planning commission meeting on March 17th, 2022. For those who are here for the public hearing on docket CPA 1-21/ZC 221 and docket CPA 2-21/ZC 3-21, applications for a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change with a plan development overlay, city staff is recommending, and the applicants also request, that these 2 public hearings also be continued to the next planning commission meeting on March 17th, 2022. Due to the request to continue these 3 public hearings, I'll be asking the planning commission to continue all 3 hearings until March 17th, 2022, without a staff report or public testimony this evening. These items are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th public hearings on our agenda. And you're welcome to stay for that action to take place, but I wanted to let you know in advance of our intention to continue the hearing. The order of procedure for tonight's hearing is as follows. In brief, we will start with the staff report. Next, the applicant will be asked to present his or her case. Everyone who supports the application will be given an opportunity to speak after the applicant is finished. Then questions from the commissioners may be posed to the chair to be addressed by the applicant and the supporters. Next, the opponents may speak. Then questions from the commissioners may be posed to the chair to be addressed by the opponents. The applicant is then given time to respond to and/or rebut any evidence presented. For any of the quasi-judicial hearings, which will continue from a previous meeting, an opportunity will be provided tonight for persons to present and rebut new evidence, arguments, or testimony. Once the commission has allowed all the procedural rights to the parties, and once the commission is satisfied it has all the evidence it needs, we'll then close the public hearing, deliberate amongst themselves, and announce the decision. We wish to hear from everyone who's interested in testifying. Per section 2.36.030 of the McMinnville Municipal Code, the presiding officer is authorized to set time limits for oral testimony. Following the staff report, oral testimony will be limited to 6 minutes per person. With the public hearing tonight, we ask that you keep your comments succinct and relevant to the criteria for which the application needs to be reviewed. If you agree with what someone before you has said, but you want to ensure you have legal standing in the public record, please testify by stating your name and address for the record and indicating that you concur with previous testimony, either in support or opposition of the application. If you testify this evening, please state your name and address clearly into your device for the record when you testify. Failure to provide this information will exclude you from notification of any future action on the application because we will have no way to contact you. Tonight's first hearing is a legislative hearing for docket G7-21, a comprehensive plan map amendment adopting the 3 Mile Lane area plan as a supplemental document to the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan, and to amend Chapter 6, Volume 2 of the Comprehensive Plan by adding a proposal to amend the comprehensive plan map and transportation system plan consistent with the 3 Mile Lane area plan. The applicant is the city of McMinnville. The public hearing is open. As a reminder, following the staff report, public testimony will be limited to 6 minutes per person. Does any commissioner wish to make any disclosures or abstain from participating or voting on this application? I see none. Will the staff please give a brief description of the land use application?
Yeah, so commissioners, tonight, your staff report will be primarily provided by the transportation partners that you asked to come to this meeting tonight to answer some of your questions that you had at the last meeting relative to transportation. We have representatives from ODOT Region 2 here with us, as well as representatives from David Evans and Associates, who was the primary transportation consultant on the project. Prior to that, I do need to enter some additional stuff into the record, so I will do that. I promise this will be very brief. So this is a legislative public hearing for docket G 721. It is a consideration of both a amendment to the comprehensive plan, two different amendments. One being adopting the 3 Mile Lane area plan and its appendices as a supplemental document to the comprehensive plan. The second amendment to the comprehensive plan is actually amending volume 2 of the comprehensive plan, goals, policies, and proposals, chapter 6, which is our transportation chapter, to add a proposal to amend the comprehensive plan map and transportation system plan consistent with the adopted 3 Mile Lane area plan. That reads that the comprehensive plan map amendments and any associated rezones consistent with the 3 Mile Lane area plan could be initiated by the city or property owners through future map amendment applications, at which time any necessary changes to the TSP would need to be made. Until the comprehensive plan map amendments are adopted for individual properties, the properties would continue to be subject to the use provisions of current comprehensive plan map and zoning map designations and provisions of any property-specific plan development overlay zones. Those properties would still be subject to any new development standards of the new 3 Mile Lane overlay zone as we move that forward in a future time. So I just wanted to make sure people understood that this action is not making any amendments to the comprehensive plan map, nor is it making any zoning map amendments, nor is it making any amendments to the transportation system plan. There are 6 documents in total that we're considering. One is the actual plan document, and then there are 5 appendices for that plan document that provides the basis for how the plan was developed. So we have appendix for public involvement, existing conditions when the project was started, a case study report, evaluation and screening and implementation. All the project information can be found on www.3milelane.com. And then anything relative to this public hearing process you can find on my apologies for the very long link there. If you're interested in that, please email me and I will send you the link. We keep a project page on our website to keep all of our public record up to date. For those who don't know, the 3 Mile Lane area plan is a approximately 1,400 acre area here in the southeast side of McMinnville. And what is an area plan? There's been, I think, some confusion about this. It's being conflated in testimony to a development plan. It's a community vision. So this is a community vision that was developed by community members. It's a high-level planning document. It's meant to provide guidance to other more specific planning processes such as public utility plans, parks, and open space plans, etc. So when we go into those other planning processes, we'll be going through more detailed analysis and technical analysis to ensure that the community vision as described can move forward within the standards of both the city, local ordinances, state, and the state regulatory framework. It is a community vision. There's been some dialogue about that. And to me, that's fairly important because this was a 3 to 4 year public process. And the plan that's coming to you was literally drawn by community members in charrettes. We had 4 separate charrettes for this, 2 with the advisory committee and 2 that were general public charrettes. This is an example that came out of that process. And this is one of our meetings where we had the dialogue. There are 5 goals to this area plan. One's to support and enhance the district's economic vitality and marketability. So that's this particular area. Provide opportunities for a complementary mix of land uses consistent with the vision of a diverse and vibrant district. Enhance multimodal connections throughout the district. Create an aesthetically pleasing gateway to the city of McMinnville, and improve the district for existing and future McMinnville residents in the area. So that was the decision-making filter that the project advisory committee used as they were walking through their process. It developed a land use plan, and I think there's been some confusion with this. Unfortunately, it's drawn like a zoning map in terms of our colors, but this really is a land use plan and not a zoning map. And this is looking at what different types of uses can occur and that the community wants to see happen here in this area in the next 20 years. It's looking for land use efficiencies so that we can create more job density within the city and thereby not have to expand the UGB to achieve that need. We're also looking to try and achieve more housing density for the same reason. And we're looking at trying to create a walkable McMinnville retail center that reflects McMinnville's unique charm, a corporate campus, a mixed use area with medical related uses, and then connectivity in terms of off-road connectivity in terms of trails, open space, and protected natural features. It also has a transportation plan that's associated with it. There's been some confusion with this. Highway 18 is not changing. It's not changing its state classification. It remains a state expressway. It remains a freight route, and it meets all the state standards for mobility. The 2 signal intersections that are out there today are meant to remain there today. So there aren't new signalized intersections proposed in this plan on Highway 18. There is one here proposed on the local road as you come off a 3 Mile Lane, the bridge. And then there's also a proposed controlled intersection here at Cirrus Avenue sometime in the future. The purpose behind this is to shut down a lot of the local roads that are along this area and this area where we're having safety concerns, and create a controlled intersection where people can access the highway. That is a goal of ODOT in terms of Highway 18 and how it can continue to function as an expressway. The plan itself puts a focus on frontage roads, so building out the frontage roads. The frontage roads then carry the local traffic to get that traffic off of Highway 18. And then it also has a focus on this intersection here, which we're calling a rehab intersection. That's the existing intersection, but rehabbing it in such a way that it also is helping to take traffic off of Highway 18. And the transportation consultants that are here tonight will walk you through that, as you had several questions about that at the last meeting. There is no planned overpass that's being eliminated with this planning process. And I just want to make sure that was clear. Friends of Yamhill County submitted some testimony that asked me to be more accountable for my presentation, and I appreciate that. So thank you. I think it is important. I think credibility and accountability are both very important. And my goal, as I was sharing with the Planning Commission at the work session, is that I really would like to help change the tone of the planning dialogue in McMinnville. Planning is a fun industry. It's one where the community can get involved, have good community dialogue about solutions and how to move the community forward in a meaningful way. And it can be constructive where people are part of the solution, or it can be destructive where people are trying to undermine the process. And I think that the construction collaborative discourse is the best part of planning. And I think that in McMinnville, we would all like to see it move in that direction. So I appreciate that. And I apologize to Friends of Yamhill County if they think that I said anything about their credibility. I do think factual information, though, and how it is presented is important as well. And the reason I was concerned was after Friends of Yamaha County sent out its alert, we got a lot of phone calls and testimony from people who didn't truly understand what the plan was doing. And after we walked through it with them, they felt that they had more information in the end and had a more balanced approach to it. And so I just think that as we move forward, we all need to have cognizance of that dialogue amongst ourselves. There's no planned overpass at Cumulus and Highway 18 in the transportation system plan. So right now we don't have one there. So it's not being removed. It's in the Oregon Highway 18 corridor plan, and it's a future project based on whether or not it's warranted through the traffic engineering and the analysis, which you'll hear about tonight. We don't have it funded in the TSP. Projects that aren't warranted cannot be funded through our SDC methodology. So there is no funding for this overpass because it's not warranted at this time. And we do have projects that are in the TSP that are in our SDC methodology. And those are the projects that are focused on in this 3 Mile Lane area plan. We also, in the dialogue, there's been discussion of a community-driven vision versus a Kimco-driven vision. And I do take offense to the fact that it's implied that this is a Kimco-driven vision. Public process and public engagement is very important to me. I think that that's why most of us as planners get involved in this industry, because that's what we enjoy, is being able to have that conversation with the community. So I wanted to reaffirm what the planning staff role is, because there's a lot of discussion about what planning is trying to do. Our role is to facilitate the community vision. That's our role. We do it in 2 ways. So in the legislative work, what we do is we bring to you, the decision-making body, the product of a community process. So what we're bringing to you is not our plan. It's what the community put together. And our job is to bring it to you, share with you what the plan is and how the community members came up with this plan. In a quasi-judicial reviewing process, what we're doing is reviewing development applications against the minimum standards established by the community in the zoning ordinance. These aren't our development applications, and they also are not our standards. They are the community standards. And we take that very seriously. That's our role, and we feel that that's where the integrity of the planning program lies. There's some discussion about the commercial product that's in the plan in terms of this, the commercial allocation on the south side of Highway 18. That seems to be the focus of a lot of the testimony and the discussion that that's really being driven from Kimco. And I'm here to say that this is also a discussion in the community. I don't think it's 100% shared in the community, but we also can't pretend that there isn't interest in this community in having more commercial development. Throughout the public involvement process, we went out and we said, what do you want to see happen here? And we got many different comments back that said we would like to see more retail on Highway 18 to access goods that we can't access in McMinnville. That's all in Appendix A, and it's also in the Green Cities document that was started in 2017. We also, as a city staff, had gone out into a process when we were first putting, in 2018, when we were first putting our growth planning together, and we put these boards around town where we asked people, what are your ideas for what you want to see in McMinnville for tomorrow? As we think about the future, what do you think we need? And if you look at this board right here, you can see that there is a lot of interest in more retail here in McMinnville. We also had a discussion about where do we have leakage occurring here in McMinnville? And we funded a market analysis as part of this project to understand what that was. And we did discover that we do have significant leakage here in the general merchandise. So $97 million a year is being spent outside of McMinnville for general merchandise. What was concerning was $30 million was also being spent outside of McMinnville for food and drinking places, and then clothing and accessories. And in discussion with the community and the project advisory committee, there was dialogue that people are taking trips outside of McMinnville for the day to seek their general merchandise and then spending funds in terms of going out to dinner and stuff like that. And that's money that could all be spent here in McMinnville. So there's some ancillary leakage occurring as well. Now, in the comments, we did hear from people who said, we're concerned. We don't think that you can create a great neighborhood on Highway 18 with a 4-lane highway running through it. And we also heard from people, we think you should keep this area as a park. We don't think you should have industrial or housing in this area. And clearly we have seen from the public testimony that's been received through this process as oppositional to the commercial development south of Highway 18 after the Friends of Yamhill County sent out an alert to their membership. We have received a lot of testimony from people in regards to that. You asked me to do a little bit more research on what's in the Friends of Yamhill County public testimony about retail leakage. I did reach out to Sid to understand what these numbers represent. And he shared with me that it comes from the census. So I reached out to the census as well to understand it a little bit better. So in 2012, the census was collecting more information than they do today, but it was information about spending habits. And so they have some different parameters and data that they've collected in there for total retail sales in an area, and then also for total resales per capita. This is done through their smaller census program. So it's sort of a sample program that they do in communities. And it was yielding different data sets like this. And I think that is where this came from. That is something we'll probably want to ask Sid further when he testifies this evening. However, with that said, there's two different ways to look at data in terms of retail spending. So there's the pull factor, and then there's the sales gap analysis. So the pull factor is really your per capita retail spending. And what it tells you is your retail sector healthy? Are people spending money in your community? And it compares per capita spending to expected per capita spending. I couldn't find the expected per capita spending relative to these numbers, but again, that might be something that you can ask Sid for. Then there's also the sales gap analysis. So this is really the industry specific retail spending. And this is looking at, are the retail needs not being met in your community? So this is where you start talking about the retail leakage and the types of retail leakage that are occurring. And so you have a discussion as community as to which specific areas of retail are subject to leakage. We know that from our analysis. And it identifies the strengths and weaknesses of your local retail community or economy, excuse me. So that becomes a local decision as to what retail gaps are acceptable. Are we comfortable as a community that we have that much retail leakage in general merchandise? It's a discussion of access. There are community members who are saying we don't have access to this. We'd like to have access to this in our community. It's also a discussion of greenhouse gas emissions. There are people traveling outside of McMinnville to access general merchandise spending. And then there's the piggyback leakage that we talked a little bit about with the restaurant leakage that's occurring as well. So back to the land use plan, there are a couple of things that I was asked to describe relative to this from comments that received after the public hearing. So again, this is a land use plan and not a zoning map. It does represent the community vision for the area. And when we were going through the area planning process, we had one primary question that we were asking ourselves. The primary question is, what are the comprehensive plan map amendments that need to happen to support the community vision? So although Charette said, these are the uses that we think should occur in this area, moving McMinnville into the future. And then as staff, we were asked to sit down and say, what underlying comprehensive plan map designations need to be in place that create a path for this to occur? Now, it doesn't mean that it will actually materialize this way because that's determined by private property. Private property owners have the right to develop their property based on the underlying comprehensive plan map and the zones. But if we don't have the underlying foundational planning that allows for it, we know it will not occur. So really the big piece of this plan is the comprehensive plan map amendments. And we went through that a little bit at the last meeting. There actually aren't a lot of them. because we didn't need a lot of comprehensive plan map amendments to occur to be able to enable the vision to occur. So there's 3 primary areas where we see comprehensive plan map amendments. They total up to somewhere around roughly 80-ish acres, a little bit less than that, in an area plan of 1,400 acres. And so that's why you don't see a significant traffic change in terms of the overall model. There's a question that was asked of this particular area where you see a lot of red and blue occurring. So red on our zoning maps is commercial, and I can understand why this is misleading. And I wish that we hadn't, as the team, the consultants, drawn it this way, because it does look like a zone map. So this area right here is reflective of this area right here. So right now, the comprehensive plan map designation is all industrial for that area. However, and so that what that means is in the industrial zone, the underlying comprehensive plan map designation then allows industrial zones to be placed on those properties. We have 3 in McMinnville. We have ML, M1, and M2 industrial zone. So the recommendation is that here, this area there be a new comprehensive plan map designation there for commercial to allow the commercial vision to move forward. The rest of this area remains industrial, and there's been some confusion as to whether these uses can occur in an industrial comprehensive plan map designation. And in McMinnville, the industrial zones are fairly flexible. It's kind of interesting to look at them. They nest within each other. So the M2 zone has all the allowed uses in the ML and M1 zone. The M1 zone has the allowed uses in the ML zone. And so most of this is actually M2, but the allowed uses in the McMinnville industrial zones are, there's a classification that allows hospital, medical, and hospital ancillary uses. That's how the hospital is located out here. The idea was in this area that this would be medical office space, growing the hospital campus. This is a misnomer, and I'm going to take responsibility for that. It probably shouldn't say assisted living. This is, if you read the plan, this is really a discussion of housing that is an extension of the hospital. Hospitals are moving to extended stay so that they can free up the beds in the hospital and put people into outpatient stays. It's a model. And so there was some discussion that that could be a potential for future use there. Also in the industrial zone, you can have office space. Office space that's for medical uses, for professional services. Professional services are typically your sort of architectural engineering, surveying, those types of professional services, and then research and development offices that support the industrial development. You can have a business school or trade college, and you can have other similar uses. And so a lot of the discussion of this mixed use area and this area right here becoming some office space, the real vision for the innovation campus is that it's an industrial incubator with research and development office, and it's creating higher paying jobs in this community. In the industrial zone, you can do a planned development. A plan development in McMinnville, you can take 25% of your overall footprint and put it into a use that is not the use in the zone. So 25% of an industrial plan development can be residential or commercial. And that's a part of our zoning language right here. So when we looked at this area in terms of mixed use, that the project advisory committee said, let's have some sort of transition from the industrial area over into this residential area. What can we be doing here? We thought, does it need a new comprehensive map designation to move this forward? No one was quite clear what the mixed use actually meant. And so we just left it in the industrial zone because this section right here would allow it if it moved into a type of mixed use campus. Mixed use is not defined yet, that could move forward. So again, we were just looking at, is the pathway there? The plan itself talks about the need to restrict use types and or require a mix of uses in the mixed use area because it's recognizing what the limitations are for that. It also talks about revising the tourist commercial uses, restricting commercial uses that are in the vicinity of the medical center to medical office services, and then requiring site design standards for both the commercial center and the innovation campus. So the map itself might be a bit misleading, and I apologize for that. The details, though, are in the plan as to how that would move forward. And then there was a lot of concern about this slide that I showed at the last meeting, so I wanted to explain it a little bit better. What I was trying to do at the last meeting was go through all the public testimony we had received in the 3 days prior to the public hearing that seemed to have some misinformation in it. Again, my role is, making sure that the community is participating in this as a community vision. So we want to make sure people are informed. And there was discussion that there could be housing occurring on the south side. And so why would we need additional amenities on the south side? So I wanted to work through, what type of housing opportunities could occur over here. And that's where this came from. We only have one housing development that's actually there right now. That's the mobile home park. And if we, one of the comp plan designations is to change this site right here to residential comp plan map designation. And so that would then free that up to become housing. And then our commercial zone, which is our C3 zone, allows high density residential development. And we do know that a couple of properties have recently come in and said, we want to change our plan development on these areas, which allow for office and a variety of other things, to also allow for housing, multifamily housing, if we want to move forward that way. So this is all about the type of housing that could occur in the area. It's not that we don't have any development review in the office right now in terms of those projects moving forward. So only 10 acres is actually changed in the 3 Mile Lane area plan into a housing condition. And it was responsive. This slide was responsive to the public testimony that we had seen. So I apologize if that was misleading. So we do need to enter into the record the new testimony that we received. This is the testimony we received prior to the last hearing you had on January 20th. This is the testimony we have received since then. And you have all received copies of this in your materials. And this is posted to our website as well. And then now I want to introduce the transportation experts that are with us tonight. We have Michael Duncan, he's the Senior Region Planner and Transportation Growth Management Manager for ODOT Region 2. He was the project manager for ODOT on the 3 Mile Lane area plan. And with him is Naomi Swerdling. I hope I pronounced that right, Naomi. She's the Planning and Development Review Manager. Ironically, she was the first ODOT staff person I worked with when we were working through the grant and putting the project together. And then she got promoted up and moved on to this role. But now she's back with us to talk about ODOT's processes and how they go through their review and the standards that they use, because there was some confusion about that. And then Andrew Mortensen is here. He's a senior transportation planner with David Evans and Associates. He's going to talk specifically about that 3 Mile Lane and Highway 18 interchange that you had questions about the grade change that exists there, and then some of the more detailed transportation analysis. And he did bring his transportation engineer. I think I saw that, Andy. Josh Anderson is here as well from David Evans and Associates. So with that, if there's no questions for me, I'm just going to turn it right over to the ODOT team for them to provide some of the answers that you had in terms of questions. I had sent those forward to them, and any other questions that you might have.
Yes, good evening. I'm Naomi Swerdling, and as Heather mentioned, I'm the Region 2 Planning and Development Review Manager. And that is an interesting side note, is that I was the TGM Lead Grant Manager when Heather came forward with the TGM grant application. I was part of the selection committee, and we were just really excited to approve the grant because we saw it as an opportunity for McMinnville to develop a community vision for the area. So I think Heather did an excellent job kind of characterizing the planning process that the TGM program funds and shepherds through the process. So interestingly enough, now I'm in Region 2 as the Planning and Development Review Manager. And I just wanted to let you know that from beginning to end, we had Region 2 staff, traffic engineering, transportation planning analysis unit, reviewing all of the projects throughout as like a technical advisory committee. So every technical memo, every draft that came through, we had all of our staff reviewing it to make sure that everything was sound according to processes and procedures. And further to that, that's why Region 2 and I support this plan 100%. And we're here when it gets adopted to help to try to successfully implement this plan. This is what ODOT, this kind of meets what we do, is we try to give the money, but let really the community develop the vision and let the city staff shepherd that whole process. So that's my context here. Michael Duncan, who was the lead or TGM planner who took the project over, and he's been with it from beginning to end through this journey. And he's here tonight. He has a lot of answers to your questions. He'll do his best. And we can also follow up with any of our Region 2 traffic engineering staff to answer questions that need more detailed answers. And we have the consultant here tonight that was also a very important part of the project and all that traffic engineering modeling work, some of those questions that have been brought up tonight. So I thank you for having me. And now I'm going to turn it over to Michael Duncan.
Great, thanks, Naomi. And I just want to say too, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with my video, which is, I guess on one hand, I didn't have any slides prepared, but you guys are missing out on me. So my apologies for that. So yes, I'm Michael Duncan. I am the, as Heather introduced me, Senior Region Planner and with the Transportation and Growth Management Program. And I just wanted to slight edit to my title there. I think it's a Transportation and Growth Management Manager, which, you know, I would hate to assume that role. I'm a grant manager. So just a couple of rungs underneath that. But in any case, so, you know, thanks, Naomi, for the lead in there. Did a good job teeing it up. And I guess I wanted to kind of carry forward on this topic of support, as that was a prompt that was asked of me to say what, you know, address what support means in terms of funding. So as stated in the January 14th email from ODOT Region 2 Planning, and I'll quote this, was that as noted in the area plan, a good portion of the forecasted funding was identified in the area plan. Excuse me, that was identified in the area plan's financial analysis section as reasonable likely to be available for the financially constrained projects and programs are not secured at this time. And I just wanted to clarify that that statement is standard practice, and it is submitted as part of the adoption process for nearly all the local plans that we participate in and support. And this statement acknowledges the difference between project funding considered reasonable and likely within a 20-year planning horizon based on historic trends and future forecasts, and projects that have funds programmed into the statewide Transportation Improvements Program, the STIP. So that statement goes on to state that actual project and program implementation will be dependent on those funding forecasts being fully realized. And so just like a city or county would have a capital improvement program or a transportation improvement program, ODOT has a, as I mentioned, statewide Transportation Improvements Program, STIP. So we can look at historic trends and forecast from that, but the STIP is programmed funds. So that would be projects that have funding programmed to be spent. And so I hope that kind of clarifies a little bit what that sentiment is, and it's really intended to make that distinction. But of course, it ends with ODOT Region 2 looks forward to working with you to implement your area plan as resources allow. So certainly supportive of the plan, just making a distinction on how funding opportunities present themselves and what those funding considerations are. I would also just make maybe a footnote here that how incredibly important it is to have an adopted plan that contains these projects. Almost every federal and state grant application I've seen has a little box at the top that asks, has this project been identified in a comprehensive or long range plan? And you'll want to check that box so you can be awarded those grant funds. So that was just a quick touch on our statement of support and maybe some clarification around on the topic of funding and funding availability. I wanted to move into, let's see here. I wanted to move into this question around the Oregon Highway Plan mobility targets. Heather addressed this to some extent, I think, in her last presentation, and did, very well, I thought, job at kind of put that information out there. So this will be a little bit of a recap, but important nonetheless. So mobility targets for state highways are established in the Oregon Highway Plan, Policy 1F, or otherwise adopted by the Oregon Transportation Commission as alternative mobility targets. So these are considered the highway system performance standards in compliance with the transportation planning rule. You've heard it called the TPR OAR 660-012. And so any variance from these targets will require OTC commission adoption. That's not what the plan's recommending as alternative mobility targets. In fact, what the plan notes is that what's being proposed meets these mobility targets. So, and to touch lightly on those, I don't want to steal the thunder from the consultant firm here, because I think they'll get a little bit more of a deeper dive into this, but Highway 18 meets mobility targets, which are 0.8 for Norton and Cumulus. And what we're seeing as part of the work for this plan was that the future year volume to capacity ratio is 0.76 and 0.78 respectively. So that's Norton and Cumulus. So, and that's in 2041. So nearly 20 years out into the future. So for perspective, they currently operate at 0.74 and 0.63, again, respectively. So I also wanted to note that transportation analysis considers volume to capacity. That's, we call that the VC ratio, at all levels of planning. So that's at an area plan or TSP level. So those would be like conceptual planning. But also as part of refinement efforts, master plans, or site-specific development plans, or even post-development to monitor the function of the state's system. So from a mobility standpoint, that's how we manage our system. So, because I know that was another question there, was how do we manage our system? So from a mobility standpoint, that's how we manage it. So, and in many cases, we use a model. We take data into that model and have model outputs that feed into this analysis that determines what the volume to capacity is for that for our system. And so, and just to maybe segue into, and again, high level, what the models are, and the models used in this, they're based on acceptable state of practice. They're mathematical engines. They are, they're the structure that drives all of this, and it's based on methodology that is approved by FHWA. So, and every TSP in the state that uses a small urban model, that's the type of model that was used for the traffic analysis on this, that uses that method. So that's the Woodburns, that's the Newburgh-Dundee, Prineville, the Dalles, Klamath Falls. Even the prior model for McMinnville, the model that we're using is version 2. So, and the guidance and the analysis and procedures manual, tells us that this is appropriate analysis for this level of decision making. Even looking back to the 1996 corridor plan, it used a model to help determine what the improvements were at that time. So we're bringing that into a contemporary planning context with current trends, current observed data. So that's a kind of a lot to say there, but yes, the area plan meets those mobility targets. That's kind of where I wanted to land there. So I wanted to touch on, I guess, maybe two more real quick ones. I know that was a little bit lengthy there, but there's this question around Highway 18 and whether it will remain the same classification with the adoption of the 3-mile lane area plan. So just to cut to the chase, yes, Highway 18 retains its expressway designation, its classification. The plan does not change that. The area plan does not recommend 18 changing from an expressway. I would also note there is no other plans recommending changing the classification of 18. It currently functions as an expressway with the existing signalized intersections. And I would just note too that other expressways have signals on them. Salem Parkway being a good example that comes to mind. So the other thing that I'd like to mention around Highway 18 and that it's its classification as an expressway is to note that it's access controlled. So what that means is when a property borders the highway where state owns access to it, they don't necessarily have common law right of access, and they might have a reservation of access or a grant of access. And without getting into the weeds there, basically says that there's this mechanism that's set in place, a tool for us to manage access on this expressway. And given that this plan recommends, consolidation of several points of access, private driveways, realignment of public roads, and leveraging, the frontage roads and to help maintain consistent travel times and a high level of safety through this corridor. So that's Highway 18 classification, kind of touching on nothing's changing there, and that there's this tool of access management that we have. Last thing I wanted to touch on too is around speed. Some folks have been asking about this. I received a prompt to maybe explain this better, since it is something that ODOT conducts speed studies for communities when asked to. But in this case, the plan will not change the speed limit. I just wanted to get that out there. That's not what plans do. That's not the function. Plans don't function to change speed limits. They're not the mechanism to make that happen. Speed changes are done through a speed study that looks at observed data and looks at the speed at which 85% of the travelers are traveling on the given roadway. And so that's the process for that. And that can happen anytime somebody will call us and ask for a speed study, and we'll go out there and conduct it. So that's the mechanism for that, not an area plan. So I wanted to make that clarification. So that's, some big picture responses to the prompts that had come our way, but hopefully that helps clarify and answer some questions for everyone here. And that's what I got for you. Thank you.
So now I'd like to invite, unless you have questions for the ODOT team, the team from David Evans and Associates, Andy Mortensen, and Josh Anderson, to answer the questions you had for them.
Correct. This is Andrew Mortensen with David Evans and Associates, and with the Commission's permission, I'd like to share the screen and talk about the preferred facility design of the 3 Mile Lane interchange with Highway 18. We understand there were questions about the grade and the connectivity through that interchange. So with your permission, I'll share my screen with you. So fundamental to even the concept options that we examined with the Technical Advisory Committee and the Citizens Advisory Committee was a replacement of the existing 3 Mile Lane interchange with Highway 18, because it only provides directional connectivity with limited access to and from the east, and only exit access to Stratus Avenue from the west. And I'll describe that even though we're looking at the concept interchange. So today,
Andrew, I'm sorry, Andrew, your voice keeps cutting out. It gets really soft and comes back, then gets really soft, comes back.
I must apologize. I have a professional microphone, so I'll speak as slowly as I can to make sure that that connection happens. And I'll reduce my video to, I'm already reduced on the video. Can you still hear me?
Sometimes.
Yeah, so Andy, it is moderating a little bit. So I guess if I could suggest if you could just talk in a a louder voice, then the baseline standard might get louder.
Sure. If this works, exiting traffic from Highway 18 to the west can access Stratus Avenue, but they have to go all the way down to Norton Lane and make a U-turn and come back on Highway 18 to get to downtown McMinnville. And they can also do that by crossing Norton Lane at the traffic signal and coming back on Cumulus Avenue. But you can travel from downtown and access Highway 18 with the overpass going eastbound on Highway 18, but you can't access Stratus Avenue. So there is no local street connection through the interchange that connects downtown McMinnville with Stratus Avenue, and vice versa. You can't access downtown McMinnville via connection from Stratus Avenue. You're required to either come on to Highway 18 from Norton Lane or on Cumulus Avenue in reverse. So we felt that a fundamental underpinning of the plan would be to replace the interchange, not just for vehicular circulation reasons, but also for pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, linking the south part of the 3 Mile Lane area in downtown McMinnville with a grade separated crossing of Highway 18. And I'd like to describe what this interchange layout and the topographic assumptions behind it. And I'll come back to the cross-section graphic because I believe there were questions about, the grade differential between Highway 18 and Stratus Avenue and Cumulus Avenue. I'll come back to that in just a second. We felt that it was important to minimize the level of grade change for any bicycle and pedestrian travel that was traveling between downtown McMinnville and the south side of the 3 Mile Lane area via this new Stratus Avenue connection. So in order to minimize the height in which that overpass would create a climb and a drop for pedestrian and bicycle travel, our plan is, in draft form anyway, to lower the grade of Highway 18 through this whole section and bring it back to grade before the bridge over the Yamhill River, but also bring it back to grade before the Norton Lane traffic signal. So essentially where the grade change would begin is roughly in the driveway area of the Physicians Medical Center or the Northwest Logging Supply on the south side. And that's where this picture begins to kind of show at the cross section here is what we were trying to illustrate with the grade difference here. It's slight, it's 5 to 6 feet, and it goes deeper as you cross under in order to minimize the height of this structure and assist for pedestrian and bicycle travel. But that's about as deep as it goes when Cumulus and Stratus are essentially side by side with Highway 18. Then east of this section, that grade difference becomes less and less until Highway 18 and Stratus and Cumulus are essentially back up to grade several hundred feet west of the Norton intersection. Now, what this interchange provides is a full connectivity from downtown to either go westbound on Highway 18, eastbound on Highway 18 with a different lane and ramp configuration, and southbound onto Stratus Avenue for vehicular travel, and vice versa. From Stratus Avenue, one could travel to downtown McMinnville or travel westbound on Highway 18. Currently, you can't make that connection in the interchange. There's probably a single point traffic signal or even perhaps a roundabout. That conclusion has not been made. That would happen in later design examination of the interchange. And there might be a wide pedestrian facility on the south side because that's where land uses occur. And there could be a two-way cycle track on that one side, or there could be bicycle lanes on either side for bidirectional travel. But the point would be to make a more quality pedestrian and bicycle connection across the interchange, linking the south side of the 3 Mile Lane area with downtown, in a transition designed to be determined on the new crossing of the bridge and its completion within the next year and a half. Similarly, on Cumulus Avenue, there would be improved sidewalk facilities on the east side, and perhaps again another two-way cycle track. But both Cumulus and Stratus would include two-way vehicle traffic, two-way bicycle traffic, and two-way pedestrian traffic. And so that was a cornerstone concept design that was the baseline for all of our alternatives planning within the 3 Mile Lane area, amongst other connections in the plan. And it's important to remember too, and I think Heather touched on this earlier, local street connections, collector streets or frontage roads are also critical to the 3 Mile Lane circulation plan, both on the south side of Highway 18 and on the north side, that would connect Loop Road in with a new connection to Cirrus Avenue. At the time, we illustrated this as a roundabout, but we do understand that that traffic control design and device is yet to be determined. It could be a traffic signal or a roundabout, and that the network of these improvements would be sufficient for traffic operations to perform within the state's mobility standards at the two key traffic signals at both Norton Lane and Cumulus. And then I'd also add that there is no certainty that any of these frontage roads are going to necessarily be easy. There was conversation with Chemeketa Community College about the difficulty of completing the frontage road through their campus. We understand that that is a constraint and that's not an easy solution, but identified it in the plan for steps forward to see about what options could be explored to make that connection. So that's a summary of what we had assumed with the interchange and the completion of the frontage road system. And then I'll finally add that with the connection to and from downtown along Stratus Avenue, that provides local merchants, residents, hospital visitors, and other employees in the planned areas of the south side of 3 Mile Lane to get to and from downtown and Highway 18 westbound without clogging the existing intersection at Norton Lane or Cumulus Avenue. It gives more options for local traffic circulation and multimodal connectivity. And that was an underpinning of our plan findings.
So Chair Winfield, that concludes the response to your questions and the public testimony. If you have any questions of us, we're here to and happy to answer them. And I believe both the ODOT Region 2 team and the Davids, Evans and Associates team will stay with us through this public hearing if there's any questions at the end as well.
Do any commissioners have any questions of staff or our presenters? Gary?
Bashful person that I am, I've noticed how long it takes pedestrians to go across Highway 99W in Tigard when it's 5 or 6 lanes wide. It takes longer, I assume, for the pedestrian light to clear at the Norton interchange of Highway 18 because it's a longer stretch to walk. Because of that, and just because of safety in general, I strongly support having a pedestrian bicycle overpass over Route 18 at Norton Lane and hopefully at Cumulus Avenue as well, because it won't it'll keep traffic from having to stop every time a pedestrian wants to cross and make it a lot safer for pedestrians and bicycles. So, but that doesn't seem to be in the design. May I ask why not?
I'll start and then the technical people can answer the technical stuff. That was originally brought forward as a element to consider, and Commissioner Sean Shea might be able to also elaborate on this, as she and Commissioner Banagay were both on the project advisory committee. So there was discussion about could we put that overpass into the plan? Two things came from that. One is who would fund it if it's not a requirement of development, because we're not seeing the standards requiring that, then it wouldn't be funded through an SDC methodology, nor would it be funded more than likely through the ODOT methodology. So it would have to be a local funding program. And then also the discussion of the width of Highway 18 there. I had our engineers do a right-of-way measurement for Highway 18 and then 99W in McMinnville at both 19th Street, so where the high school gets out, and also at McDonald Lane where Patton Middle School gets out and the kids are crossing the streets there. And so we didn't go out and survey it, so I don't want anybody to walk away from just thinking these are exact numbers. And ODOT might have better numbers since it's their facilities and we can get this information back to you. But it looked like there was like an 8-foot difference or 10-foot difference in some areas. So it's not as wider as a lot of people probably are assuming it is because of how it feels. There isn't a built environment around it. So you don't have the improvements up against the road. So it feels like it's much more expansive than it is out on Highway 18. I know that Andy has some more information about this that their team looked at for this overpass as well, the bike ped overpass.
Right. In other options, before we saw the outcome of the travel demand modeling and the level of service and performance of vehicle operations at Norton Lane, and seeing that we were still within the mobility targets, the previous corridor plan did have a pedestrian and bicycle crossing in the Norton Lane area. And in our discussion, we were trying to figure out if we can afford to get one interchange in within the 20-year planning horizon with ODOT support, with the connections provided for pedestrians and bicyclists here. And if beyond the 20-year planning horizon, then traffic then becomes to push the Norton intersection over capacity, and we need the interchange at Cumulus beyond the 20-year planning horizon. It would be at that point in time when perhaps a pedestrian and bicycle bridge could be constructed in the Norton Lane area as a replacement of the disconnection of Norton Lane as an at-grade vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle crossing connection. So that was the dialogue that we had with our technical advisory committee and citizens advisory committee as we were going through these options, discussing the what-if scenario about how to think about eventual staging through and then beyond the 20-year planning horizon. Pedestrian and bicycle bridges in an area like this are not going to be cheap. It's going to be somewhere between $8 and $12 million. Can you get the money for the interchange that's crucial for the replacement of the current interchange within the 20-year planning horizon is a question that the city and ODOT will be working on from an implementation stage. And then when can additional monies be secured for additional pedestrian and bicycle crossing bridges beyond that period? Those are critical questions. I'm not saying that it's not desired. We were just trying to think about a logical way and a feasible way in which Highway 18 infrastructure investments could provide both relief to the crossings for all modes at Norton Lane, you know, with an interchange replacement that provides that grade separated crossing and greater connectivity for all users.
Yeah, and just one last follow-up to that. what Andy just described is if you have the at-grade crossing available, so people, at the intersection can cross, and there's also an overpass, then you're creating a situation where there's a choice made of which one to use. And so most people are going to go on the easiest way. So up and over isn't the easiest way. It's just across the intersection. But when you no longer have that at grade crossing, that's when the overpass is more effective in terms of utility.
Commissioner Sanchez, did you have something to add to this part of it, or is it a separate question?
No, I just wanted to mention that I think, it was in the 96 document, and I know these are different planning documents. It was in there with just a note, and I've had many planning documents with just a note, potential bike pedestrian crossing. Now, that's not saying it's funded. It's not saying anything. It's just, here's a spot, it could happen. And I think by at least putting that in, we're acknowledging that it's a possibility. And it could even say not funded at this time. But, there was one bridge we had in Anchorage, and it was for skiers. And so nobody went off and walked across the street. They just went. But this isn't a big ski area. I'm just saying there's so many different possibilities. Plus, there's different funding methods that you didn't mention. I know there's still federal earmarks, whether we could ever get any, but there's lots of different ways to build things. Somebody might even say they'd just pay for it. But I think if it's not in the plan, we're going to lose it because no one's going to remember.
Commissioner Langenwalter, did that answer your question?
Yes, I'm mulling over the answers. I hear it's basically priorities and where's the money going to come from, because it doesn't, the desired pedestrian bicycle overpass doesn't meet criteria to be funded by federal and or state programs at this point. Am I understanding that correctly?
No.
Andrew, you're muted, so I can't hear your answer.
I'm not sure the wording, my response, Commissioner Gary, was it's not, we didn't think it was reasonable that you would get state funding support for all interchanges at once within the 20-year planning horizon. We thought that if you got support for the big interchange replacement, I'm just thinking practicality wise, as we watch, state funding throughout the state, that would be a good investment. And since we weren't seeing the need to disconnect Norton, we didn't see the need to identify the PED bike bridge as a necessary capital facility improvement that should be funded within the 20-year planning horizon. Because we were thinking, what's going to be practical for both the city and the state to fund in the corridor? That was our thinking at the time, Commissioner. So I hear Commissioner Laurie's note that designated in on the corridor, there's no harm in that. And we didn't remove, previous notations because there was an intent that there shouldn't ever be a pedestrian bicycle bridge there. We were focused on 20-year investments and what was needed for 20-year investments. And in our conversations, we were discussing that the PED bike bridge and the full interchange at Cumulus would be needed beyond the 20-year planning horizon, but not within it. And it wasn't because they would never be part of the corridor solutions, just we were focused on the 20-year planning horizon.
If I may, there's one other, if you will, design criterion that's sort of driving me. Deep down, I'm trying to help people get out of their cars and quit using their cars near as much. And lacking a PED bike bridge at Norton is going to have more people have to be in their cars to get from one side to the other, just for safety. So it is what it is, and I understand. But I'm a dreamer, and I would rather have seen the PED bike bridge both in Norton and Cumulus. So can we at least put them in as part of the dream for potential future and not leave them out of the document entirely?
That would make me happy.
So do I need, and since this is legislative rather than quasi judicial, I don't know how to go about asking that to be included, at least as a future hopeful.
Yeah, so Commissioner, what we could do is, we could, since I'm not hearing David Evans respond immediately, what we could do is take your request and do some more analysis behind it to see if there's any cons to putting it in initially right here in the next 20-year planning horizon as part of the area plan,
And then-
right?
yeah,
Because what
and-
I'm hearing from you is the desire is to at least have it noted on there. The concern is, it's not a usual treatment when you have a controlled intersection at grade to have the bike ped overpass. And I don't know if there's safety concerns associated with that or not in terms of choices people are making. But we can certainly look at that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm finished.
Okay.
Chair Winfield, I would like to add one piece if it's okay. And Heather,
Yes.
if I have your permission, I'd like to share screen again.
Please.
So I'm going to share my screen one more time and talk about one of the options that was basically carrying forward, what's included in the historic 1996 corridor plan. And that said, you need to redo the interchange at 3 Mile Lane. We need a new diamond interchange or such at Cumulus. We're going to disconnect the at-grade crossing at Norton, and maybe we can cross over. And there might be a bike and pedestrian overpass in either of these two areas. If my recollection is, that's generally what the 1996 corridor plan was talking about. And when I had mentioned that with this interchange, we would want to begin lowering the grade of Highway 18, that is a principle that could be carried forward further to the east beyond the 20-year planning horizon, to continue to lower the grade of 18 a little bit to minimize the height in which you have to cross 18 with any kind of a pedestrian and bicycle crossing. And that minimizes the cost of a ped bike bridge. So if you build one before you do the Norton Lane disconnect and lowering of Highway 18 a little bit, you may have to come in and replace that one with a ped bike bridge that doesn't necessarily, well, you're stuck with one that goes way over the top of something that you might wait on and minimize the level of cost necessary. So I know that's beyond the 20-year planning horizon thinking, but it's also a notion of staging. And my planning concept brain says ped bike bridges over an at-grade expressway means you're launching pedestrians and bicyclists quite a bit higher on a facility to get them across. And that's not an easy thing to do. And until the region finds that it no longer can operate Highway 18 as an expressway with a traffic signal at Norton, a longer range solution then is to fall back onto the Highway 18 corridor plan and perhaps think about keeping Highway 18 at a slightly lower grade so we minimize the height in which pedestrians and bicyclists would have to cross on any structure, Commissioner Langenwalter, that you were thinking, something that makes better connections between the two eventual interchanges. And I want to emphasize that our current 20-year planning horizon doesn't conclude that you need to disconnect Norton Lane and build this second interchange. We just didn't see that in the 20-year planning horizon. With the additional pedestrian connection across at 3 Mile Lane at a lower slope, if we lower Highway 18, through the existing interchange, if we think about long-term, if we can continue that concept beyond the 20-year planning horizon, then we're getting less of a launch for pedestrian and bicyclists to get to and from the north and south side. But you'd have to wait. When do you want to build a $12 million bridge for ped and bicyclists? And I'm not trying to diminish, that this is not an ideal pedestrian crossing. I get it. I've tried it several times, and it's no fun. But the question is, when do you make the investments, and what is the ultimate design configuration that you would be seeking, and at what time does that occur? Those are big questions that I think that still need to be wrestled to the mat.
So Andrew, there's that section in the plan towards the end, which talks about sort of future considerations. That's where you have the jug-handled intersection discussion. Is
Yeah.
this something that we could amend the plan to put this discussion in there?
Absolutely, yes. I was hesitant to say what could we amend the plan to, and I apologize, Gary. I was not trying to duck the issue. I would like some time to chat with Heather to see, how amendments to the plan at this stage, could be greatly facilitated for your eventual adoption of the plan.
Yeah.
But I think that would be a simple place to add that to the draft 3-mile plan.
Yeah, and that's a section, Gary, towards the very end of the plan document that talks about things to consider as you move forward in this area relative to transportation facilities and the next steps.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez, I think, is this still relevant? Is this still in response to what Gary brought up, or is this something new?
There's something new.
Okay, then,
Dan,
let me have Commissioner Chakowski go.
Yeah, thank you. Mine was with respect to what we're currently talking about. I lived in Europe for a while, and to get across the 7 to 8 lane highway that I had to cross after getting off the bus, we had a pedestrian tunnel. Has there been a tunnel considered? Because the research that I've done is showing, like, the town of Avon, Colorado, it looks like a tunnel is about 50 to 60% of the cost of an overpass. Has it been considered? If so, I haven't seen it, but are there any examples that you know of, Andrew, that have been successful in Oregon?
Commissioner Dan, I'm not a woman. That might be obvious. What I have heard is tunnels are perceived to be an unsafe, dark, and foreboding design for vulnerable, and I'm not saying women are vulnerable, but by choice, women do prefer not to cross under major facilities by tunnel because they're difficult for people to see those who are traveling there. And I'll give you a relational piece. We just finished up a pedestrian connection project at Multnomah Falls to improve the ability for travelers to cross under I-84 and the railroad crossing, and eventually also the historic highway crossing. And the majority of the professional women and other participants in that project all voted against continuation of a tunnel underneath the historic highway because there is a fear of foreboding places. And that was the reaction I got. And it increased my sensitivity gender-wise about how to think about design facilities for pedestrian connections. There have been tunnels built in the past, but they're not built as frequently. Where you see the need for the ped bike bridges more often are along freeways and expressways where the grade is already different and it's easier to pass right over the top. That's what I can relate to you. So,
Right, well, yeah,
so we didn't immediately start thinking about a tunnel in this corridor.
Okay, that's fine. I don't share that personal concern, but I'm also not a lady trying to use a tunnel at nighttime, so I will never understand that. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. The other thing that I wanted to say was I was the person that had the question about the grade earlier, and what you brought to the table tonight fully explained the grade differential, and now I understand why. So thank you for that.
Bet.
I would like to second that because I also had a question about the grade and you explained it well. So thank you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you. Well, we were talking before and Heather was suggesting that maybe some additional work be done to look at the underpass idea. But something that struck me was when we had, I believe it was Miss Hillier from Chemeketa College, and just even her whole response that, you know, there's just shown a jug handle there, and you know, there's no way that's going to fit. And I was wondering if there were any more money in the plan that could be looked at individually, or at least some notes added that more detailed design will occur at this site, yada, yada. Because I mean, it really does. It's right in their face. And us putting a little dotted line doesn't really answer anything.
Commissioner Benier?
If we're going to add things for the future, like pedestrian bridges or notes for that, but we're going to proceed with development now, does that have any impact or could possibly limit what you could do in the future? You know, I don't think it's like a Lego block where you can just drop a bridge in, things will be developed. So do you have to anticipate that and kind of build around that, anticipating that you may want that in the future?
Most plans are presenting the positive. So what you see in a plan is what you're going towards.
If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Benegay, it's Commissioner Benegay, it's that if the desire of the community is to have a future bike ped bridge at one of these intersections, it is land consumptive, and we don't have the right of way. So how do we ensure that we have that land in the future to build that facility? And do we have the legal basis to require that as dedication when development occurs? Is that right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and I'm not sure I have the answer for that. Amanda, do you have? My understanding is if we can't show basis, we can't require the dedication.
Right. In all likelihood, we would have to go through a condemnation process.
It's just typically with an approved plan. If you have an approved plan, you can ask for the easements, is how I'd always, but it could be different in Oregon. So I could be totally off.
Right. And I will say too, there's a difference between easements where the property owner can still use the property versus taking the land to build a structure. So something that we'd have to work through.
It looks like Josh has popped up.
So there's also the option of, upon development, requiring additional setbacks in certain areas to accommodate a potential future pedestrian or bicycle facility in this location. It's not requiring a dedication or condemnation of land, but it's requiring additional setback in certain areas or certain frontages to accommodate a potential future infrastructure investment. And that's really, it's the difference between saying, no, you can't do this, and saying, hey, we have a plan and we don't want you to put a $1 or $2 or $3 million building in this location. We want you to set that back a little bit so that we don't have to take that building if we do decide to do that future infrastructure investment.
Heather, I seem to recall that this issue came up. during the PAC process. I just don't remember what the resolution was for it.
Yeah,
If I may-
I don't know if I recall it for the bike ped discussion, but it definitely came up as part of the future interchange needs. When
That's
we
right.
discovered that it wasn't required as part of this 20-year planning horizon, so we couldn't require it. But I can tell you, so there's a couple ways around this. I'm curious about the setbacks because I hadn't thought about that before, and curious about how we move that forward. But there's also, quite frankly, discussions with the developers, and having dialogue with them about this is a future value that the community wants to move forward with this type of improvement when funding's available and when it's warranted, and can we design around it? And those discussions are, we have those all the time, and typically they're fairly amicable if we're all both coming, we're all coming to the table trying to find a win-win.
Great.
If I may, if my memory is correct, a year plus ago, when we were talking about apartments or high-density housing on the south side of Route 18, places with children, and the children want to go to McDonald's. And to do that, they have to cross Route 18. And we were concerned about a child running out and getting hit. And, so we discussed it, but we didn't come to any conclusion, but it was on our minds at that point, if I remember correctly.
And I would just note, since we're kind of still in the ask questions of staff phase, that if I would say that maybe if there's additional questions of the staff or the consultants, we answer those and then move on to get to the public testimony.
Any other questions of staff? Okay. Does
Actually,
any-
let me try one more, and this is a completely different set of questions. Assuming there's retail going in the 40 to 60 acres, the 33 net acres, with various and sundry attractive stores, what percent of the shoppers who are going there are going to be coming down Route 18 versus coming from McMinnville? Any idea? Because I can't see McMinnville supporting that kind of additional retail stores with the population we've got. So will we become a shopping destination like Woodburn Factory Outlets or Lincoln City Factory Outlets or something?
So we don't know what the proposed development is, and I think sometimes in this dialogue we're conflating that, and that gets concerning. We did model what you're talking about is sort of the modeling of local traffic to an area versus destination traffic to that area, I guess, if I get that right. And there is a modeling, I'm assuming, there's a transportation way to model that, and that might be a better question for Andrew and Josh to answer. I would say to you though, the data does show that people are leaving McMinnville to shop at various shopping destinations. So they are spending money at general merchandise stores outside of McMinnville. And presumably based on the community dialogue we heard, if it was here, they would spend that money here.
Thank you.
All right, any other additional questions of staff? Okay. Does any person in the audience wish to speak in support of this proposal? Anybody, staff identify anybody?
I don't see anybody, no.
Okay. Does any person in the audience wish to speak in opposition to this proposal? If so, please provide the comprehensive plan criteria, the McMinnville City Code criteria that you feel the project does not meet, why it does not meet that criteria, and why you feel that a condition of approval will not help to meet that criteria. If you have a proposed condition of approval to help the project meet the criteria, please provide that as well.
Commissioner Winfield, we do have, I don't know if Mark needs to testify first or not. We do usually People let us know in advance to request to testify, and we go through that on a first come, first served basis. So I know Mark is out of town, so he might be in a position where he needs to testify first. We do have, Mark, just so you know, our list is Sid Friedman first and then yourself.
Mr. Davis, are you in a position to wait till Mr. Friedman gives his testimony?
Yes, I can wait.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, staff. Thank you, ODOT presenters and consultants. Those were informative presentations. I am going to screen share here, and I'm kind of a novice, so hopefully this will work. Let's see. Share. Okay. Are you seeing my screen now? Okay. So McMinnville's future rests on a healthy downtown and commercial core and the expansion and retention of existing businesses, as well as new employers who provide family wage jobs. While we support the area plan, once adopted, will govern future zoning and land uses, including the retail area that's shown on the south of the bypass. And while we support many elements of the plan, I want to speak to this element tonight. We believe those commercial uses risk the healthy future that McMinnville depends on. McMinnville already has a human-scaled, pedestrian-friendly town center, 3rd Street. We don't think it makes sense to build a new one on the other side of the expressway from the rest of town. The new town center and regional shopping center are purportedly modeled on Orenco Station and the old Mill District, but there are vast differences both in scale and location. The old Mill District, Orenco Station, their largest anchor tenants are under 30,000 square feet. The old Mill District connects to downtown and the rest of Bend with a riverside pedestrian path and a pedestrian bridge over the river. Orenco Station connects with a light rail station and has a total of just 36,000 square feet of retail floor space. And Bend and Hillsborough are triple the size of McMinnville. In contrast, McMinnville's new retail center would have two anchor tenants over 135,000 square feet as per staff's proposed conditions in the Kimco application. And 40 acres of retail translates to between 400,000 to 500,000 square feet of retail floor space. Orenco and the Old Mill District have just a fraction of this. Again, this would be across an expressway from the rest of town, and nothing in Appendix E in the implementing language for the plan limits store size, the number of large format stores, or the number of drive-up windows. In an email sent on Tuesday, the planning director agrees that this 40-acre area could be big box retailers and fast food drive-ups. If that isn't the future that the Planning Commission wants, now is the time to place standards into the implementing ordinance language in Appendix C. Once the plan is adopted, the train has left the station. We believe the commercial uses south of the expressway should be neighborhood scaled and neighborhood serving. And McMinnville already has appropriate standards in its neighborhood activity center section of its zoning ordinance. These standards limit the size of the retail area, they limit the total amount of retail floor space and the size of the largest retailer, and fast food drive-up windows are prohibited. There was some implication at the last hearing that the city is somehow legally bound to redesignate this land for the regional retail shopping center. This is incorrect. The city's acknowledged economic opportunities analysis is what governs this decision, and it identified a commercial land deficit of 36 acres. The recent UGB expansion added 27 acres of commercial land to the urban growth boundary north of the bypass and an additional 40 acres of neighborhoods serving commercial on the west side. So the 36-acre deficit of commercial land has been more than satisfied. It may be that the city could make a policy choice to rezone this land for regional retail shopping center and or a new town center. But the city is not legally bound to do so. And we think this choice would recklessly gamble the city's future. So in conclusion, our recommendations are on page 18 of our most recent letter. They include rejecting the proposed redesignation of land for the new town center and shopping center, and instead prioritizing neighborhood serving commercial areas and a park near the recently approved overpass, the recently approved apartments, as well as a pedestrian crossing in that vicinity. And we think this can be accomplished by incorporating the neighborhood activity overlay into Appendix E. I'm not going to read the rest of these recommendations. They're in our written testimony. But in closing, I'd just like to ask you to take the time to do this right. This plan will affect our community profoundly for decades. Since I have another moment, I'll just say that as a former county planning commissioner, I know that your service can seem like a thankless task, but your efforts are appreciated. And I just want to thank you for your time and your volunteer service. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Any commissioner have any questions for Mr. Friedman? I don't see any. Staff, do you have a response to the points that Mr. Friedman brought up?
Do you want us to rebut it this time to that?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I don't see any commissioner questions, so that's why I asked if staff wanted to respond.
I'm happy to do so.
Okay.
It's just
Okay.
procedural.
Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? And
So Commissioner Winfield, next on our list, we do have 5 people who are confirmed that want to speak in opposition, that confirmed in advance. So I want to make sure we go through that list.
Okay.
And then through our processes to ask if any additional people want to speak. So next on our list is Mark Davis.
Okay, Mr. Davis.
And just so the people who are testifying know, I will give you a 1-minute signal when you have 1 minute left of the 6 minutes, and then I'll have my alarm go off.
Thank you, Chair Winfield, members of the commission. My name is Mark Davis, 652 Southeast Washington Street in McMinnville. I've spent a lot of time over the last couple of months looking over the plan and requesting additional information. I've looked at the synchro reports that produce the capacity to volume ratios that you see in the report. I've looked at ODOT's analysis procedures manual to try to figure out how the signals work. Heather was kind enough to set up a meeting with me, a Zoom meeting with me with Mr. Mortensen to talk about those reports. I'm basically satisfied at this time that the reports are technically correct. They're, as it was explained to me, basically the differences between is a probabilistic model and a deterministic model. And to take the apartments south of on Norton Lane that the Planning Commission approved through the PDA process in the last couple of years, basically looking at that land probabilistically, you just make a general assumption about uses that could happen based on the zoning, whereas a deterministic model would say, okay, there's 320 units with 6.x number of trips per day, about 2,000 trips per day going through the light. So I was thinking in those terms and not seeing those numbers in there. So I understand that. But a couple of things I'd like to comment on before I go into what I was planning to say on Mr. Duncan's remarks earlier. One was that he talked about the capacity to volume ratio at Cumulus Avenue as being at 0.78. Appendix D and all the information I've seen provided so far says that it's at 0.64. That's a pretty big difference since 0.78 is almost at the 0.80 limit. And I think you ought to have an explanation of where that new number came from. The other thing is he said, we're not changing the speed limit. Well, yes, this process isn't changing the speed limit, but come on, if you're going to put a roundabout out there, I don't think you're going to go 55 miles an hour through that roundabout. So there is going to be a change in speed. And I'd just like to say that the capacity to volume ratios do not speak to each driver's personal experience. And that's what a lot of the public think about this. I mean, if you've been driving down that road for the last 25 years, it takes longer now to get from one end of 3 Mile Lane to the other because, there's lights there now, there's more traffic. And if you're going to add more light switches for people to turn off for various reasons, it's going to slow it down even more. Whether it'll be 0.8 or 0.79 or, whatever number it is, it's going to be slower for people. I just want to point out that just because we legally can do it doesn't necessarily mean we're required to do this. I'm asking you to think, is this the best vision of what we want to see done in this area? And a corollary has been brought up, does it meet all the great neighborhood principles? And I would say no. And why do I say that? I support what is being proposed on the north side of the highway. I spoke in favor of both of the apartments on the south side of the highway because I know the apartment units are needed. But I also pointed out that it was a bad location for apartments. It was not where they should be. And, in fact, to the point, I think that Chair Hall said, you really should be speaking in opposition, Mr. Davis, instead of in favor of this proposal. But be that as it may, I mean, they're needed, but there were promises, we're going to have more housing, we're going to have more of this and that. I don't see that in what's proposed here. Highway 18 is one of the busiest highways in the state. Over 20,000 cars a day are going down that road. It doesn't matter if this plan adds 1,000, 5,000, or 10,000 more cars, or even no more cars. It's just not the kind of street that you would want in the middle of your neighborhood. I mean, it's not a neighborhood. The only housing planned on the south side of the highway are these apartments, and we've talked about assisted living or extended stay, or maybe some more apartments as part of the mixed use. The commercial uses in the area south of the highway are hospital related, a large format shopping center, an airport, and a corporate campus. There's no single family housing. Does that meet your definition of a great neighborhood? I don't think so. Would you like to live there? Would you recommend it to a friend to live there? The 3 Mile Lane area plan has a lot about multimodal transportation, bikes and peds, yet there's no safe way to cross Highway 18. Mr. Langenwalter has brought that up already. I just think we should keep the existing industrial designation there and see if we can find a good employer that might provide hundreds of good paying jobs. That I think is more likely than getting hundreds of people to walk or cycle across Highway 18 under the current plan. Thank you for listening to what I have to say, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Davis? I don't see any. Director Richards, is there somebody else in the queue?
Yes, so Steve Iverson is the next person in the queue that expressed an interest in testifying tonight in advance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Iverson, if you could please speak, thanks.
Hi, I'm Steve Iverson, 1033 Southwest Courtney Lane Drive, McMinnville. And I first wanted to say that I agree with the excellent testimony that I've seen with comments that there are many good elements in the 3 Mile Lane area plan. And I applaud the city planning department for all the hard work that's gone into getting us to this point. I've been critical of some elements of the plan in the past. I just wanted to make it clear. I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. But I think we've seen tonight also that there are two huge red flags that have risen over the plan. One of them is with the preferred alternative land use plan. And to me, it gives a strong impression by including that in the plan that we're in essence approving this as its version, the city's version of the zoning included in the plan. And so it's going to be entered as city policy. And this is before we've even considered any zoning changes, even before this commission. I don't think that's the right way to do things. The second red flag is the area transportation plan called the preferred facility design in the area plan. And here's where I really get frustrated, especially with the discussion we've had tonight. I strongly support the commissioners who are in favor of pedestrian crossings. I think those are essential no matter what we do, no matter how many interchanges we build, we need pedestrian crossings as well. There are a couple things I jotted down during the discussion. One, during the description of the rebuilding of the interchange there at 3 Mile Lane and Highway 18, you know, the first interchange there, the one you know what I'm talking about. I jotted down, as a pedestrian and a cyclist, I would not want to go through a scary roundabout on the Oregon 18 off-ramp at Stratus or negotiate the signal at Nehemiah and Cumulus. I think that's a fact of life. Cyclists and pedestrians aren't going to want to go that way. So having that connection from Stratus to the city center is going to do you no good. Another thing I jotted down, one of the commissioners asked later on in the discussion, what are we adding for the future in this plan? And so I jotted this down. All that we're adding for the future are traffic signals and roundabouts. We're not taking anything out. We're just adding impediments to traffic and pedestrians and bicyclists. And boy, it just gets worse and worse every time we have this discussion. I was going to go through a script where I suggested replacing, not doing the interchange reconfiguration there at the base of the bridge at 3 Mile Lane, but instead taking the money that you would have spent on that and focusing on Norton Lane. It makes sense to have an interchange there and leave the one that we already have. It's semi-functional. It doesn't go in all directions, but it's good enough. And then all the traffic would flow on your frontage road, expanded frontage roads to Norton Lane, and then go every direction from Norton Lane. But I won't go through that script because I probably don't have much time left. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Any questions for Mr. Iverson? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Iverson. Director Richards, who's next?
So next on the list, we have Jim Kreutzbender.
Mr. Kreutzbender?
Hello. Hello. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Do you have any testimony tonight in opposition?
Yes. I learned a lot from your presenters from ODOT and from Evans Consulting Company. I have a few questions about that. So we have a lot of traffic accidents on Highway 18 between Mack and Dayton, and after Mack going to Sheridan. Slowing traffic down. A lot of people on their commute from Portland to the coast are going very fast. They use the 3 Mile Lane area to get ahead of other traffic. If we're slowing down those people, they're going to go faster as they get to those other areas. And I wonder what ODOT has looked into about more accidents happening beyond 3 Mile Lane. A lot of people are going, as you come in from Dayton, people are speeding up. They go from that 2 lane to 4 lane. they're going 50, 55, 65, 75 miles an hour to get ahead of people. A roundabout is just going to be a death knell. Okay, so I learned something about this. You're wanting to get people off the highway onto frontage roads. But it seems like what I learned tonight is people can't get on the frontage roads until this bridge is built first. And the grade of Highway 18 is lowered 5 or 6 feet. So between the time that this bridge is built, 20-year plan, 20 years down the road, and if the retail, you change the zoning from this industrial properties to retail and have this big mall, how are people going to get on these frontage roads until this new bridge is built, so people can go directly onto frontage roads? People are going to be leaving Mac 3 Mile Lane directly onto Highway 18. They're going on their shopping trips to the mall. And seems like the bridge connection there has to be built first before any of this other development happens to get people onto these frontage roads. Okay, so as you may know, a sprawl mall out there or a new town center, these are going to be national chains. And national chains come in, discount stores, they're run by big investment groups. Their priorities are to put other businesses out of business. So I wonder if the Planning Commission stands with the businesses we have in Mac, or are you for a sprawl mall and putting local businesses out of business? I live near downtown. I forgot to say it initially, I live at 1317 Northeast 9th Street, just 2 blocks off Lafayette Avenue. I walk to downtown. I love our downtown. But you know, all across America, sprawl malls hollow out downtowns, hollow out other businesses in the town. So you have this look of this great grandiose retail shopping center, new town center out on the highway. But whereas all across America, you can see this. It's a fact of life that it's hollowed out because of these malls. And so if you do this zone change for this property, you're making McMinnville into another of hundreds of thousands of towns in America, homogeneous to all those other towns. You got a big mall and you got empty storefronts in the other parts of the city. So we'll lose our uniqueness, our downtown, and we'll just be like any other place in America. And so my final point is that in the past, I've heard the planning director said that Mac is gentrifying and people can't afford to live here. Well, retail jobs won't pay for those people to buy houses here in Mac. Industrial jobs will, they pay more. So I wish the Planning Commission would not change the zoning for this retail commercial area in this plan. Thank you for all your hard work and your presenters tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirchenberger. Any commissioners have any questions of him or him? All right, I don't see any. Director Richards, who is next?
So Margaret Cross is our next person that's signed up to testify.
Ms. Croft, are you here?
Cross. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Cross.
C-R-O-S-S.
Okay.
C-R-O-S-S. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Yes, Margaret Cross. My address is 1102 Southwest Russ Lane in McMinnville. And I totally support the comments that have been made about that the previous commenters have made. I did learn a lot about the transportation, but it seems like there are still a lot of questions. And on the basis of that, I want to address the process as I'm looking at it, having come into it relatively late. Planning staff has clearly spent a lot of time on the 3 Mile Plan. The document indicates that. And I know the task is very difficult because of the constraints imposed by Highway 18 and the topography with the rivers. The preparation of the plan stretched over 3 years. So I also appreciate that Director Richards felt a little sandbagged by a recent flurry of interest. But we have to keep in mind, couldn't read this plan until it was posted online in January. However, rather than viewing this sudden attention as a negative, I think you should view it as a positive, since it indicates there really is a lot of public interest in what happens there. Unfortunately, the last time the community was able to attend in-person meetings was in 2019 during the preliminary stages. These meetings were well attended, but everything changed in early 2020 with COVID. And suddenly we all had to isolate. Everybody's staring at computer screens all day long. It's the norm for work and social activity. Libraries, stores, offices, schools, and civic buildings closed. Normal patterns of civic involvement were upended as all public meetings went virtual. And I believe community engagement suffered terribly. Without the normal flow of conversation with other people on a daily basis in social settings, most of us found ourselves losing touch with what was going on. And virtual meetings, frankly, are just another burden. COVID was a game changer, and I think we need to acknowledge that as part of the process that we're going through now. The 3 Mile planning process was not exempt from these impacts. The work went forward, but really without the opportunity for public involvement and feedback. It must have made the work more difficult. But in-person meetings ceased after 2019. Throughout all of 2020 and 2021, there were only 2 lightly attended virtual meetings. And I think public awareness of this process and this plan have fallen off a cliff. And that was certainly my experience. I have notes from 2019, and then it sort of just fell off the cliff. I only learned that the final plan was available a week before the January meeting. And I quickly realized that reading 583 pages was just not going to work. I needed to also read the C3 zoning applications, review the comprehensive plan, the great neighborhood material, incorporate updated economic, demographic, and traffic information. I wanted to look at Kimco malls. I wanted to inventory what they offered against what we have. And it was literally overwhelming. I am only now beginning to ask informed questions where I feel I can say anything that's relevant. There is so much here. Director Richards did her due diligence in 2019, and she can't be blamed for the COVID pandemic. But so I think despite the frustration of further delay, we need to reboot the public involvement process before we go anywhere close to voting on this. And the fact that so many questions were raised tonight about, oh, we need more analysis, we need more information, we need to take a closer look, or, oh, that wasn't well presented, I need to redo it. This is indicative that we need much more time, and not just continuances, but we need to reboot that public input process. We need to bring the community up to date, bring them back into the process, start getting some in-person meetings going again as state restrictions are lifted. And I think it's incumbent upon you to ensure that the public has an opportunity to discuss this plan and be aware of all the ins and outs of it in the final stage. Involvement at the final stage is more important than at the draft stage. And we're fortunate we have engaged citizens that care deeply about this town and who are willing to do that. So I urge you to give the community much more time, give them opportunities and resources to review and comment on this plan. As we heard, there are a lot of issues that are still just very knotty, very technical, very difficult. So I want to see the thoughtful development that will meet needs of the future while enhancing the values and maintaining the unique characteristics of McMinnville. I agree with Mr. Kreuzbender. We just don't want to look like every other town in America, hollowed out downtowns and a mall. So we're special. We should keep ourselves special, and we should build on what keeps us unique. So let's give this project the time it requires and that it deserves. I implore you to start reactivating public hearing or public meeting process. And I hope my letter expands on that somewhat. Thank you for your time and for your work. I'll keep working on this and encourage more people to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Any questions for Ms. Cross from commissioners? I don't see any. Director Richards, is there somebody else that wishes to speak?
Yes, so Ilsa Purse has asked to speak through the chat, and she would be next.
Okay, Ilsa first.
Hello, thank you so much. I'll just gang up with everybody else and say how impressive it is that all of you folks have worked so hard for so long. I've been involved in some other projects. This was not at the top of my list. Let me tell you, I live outside Carlton, between Carlton and Lafayette. I am a business owner on 3rd Street in McMinnville. I probably should disclose at this point that I actually have had nice interactions in my gallery with Ms. Zwerdling from ODOT. So if she's still around, I'd like to say hello, since I have met her when she has very nicely come in and perused the art gallery that I own with several other people. I was struck by something that was shown during Ms. Richards' presentation, which was some sheets of paper where people put comments down. I don't know how easy it was for folks to do that. I probably am in downtown McMinnville 5 days a week. I'm there a lot. I get everything I need in McMinnville. I never had any opportunity I never saw any of those sign-up sheets, so I don't know where they were. They might have been at meetings that I did not attend because there were other things I had on my plate until fairly recently. But I know that there is a lot of controversy about the kind of retail that a development like this will attract. I am not going to get into the weeds about rezoning. I don't know if that's a productive way to spend my time right now. I am concerned that should this be rezoned, that McMinnville look at some very innovative and less cookie cutter kinds of solutions for a mixed neighborhood, for the neighborhood that wants to be created down there. I happen to be a big fan of Orenco Station. I discovered it soon after I moved here. I moved here 30 years ago. At some point, I discovered Orenco Station and thought it was a pretty remarkable place. And in getting ready to do this, to think about what we have on our plates here, I did some research and found that at the time when Orenco was being built, it received national attention because it was doing something that was considered very innovative. It was a live, work, shop environment that pretty much depended upon public transportation. It was dense housing. It had not a whole lot of standalone stores. I think there's only one supermarket that's, New Seasons, I don't think is built into another building. The rest of what is in Orenco Station is all built underneath apartments and offices, which is an efficient use of space that is done in most cities in the world. Excuse me, where you don't have to make a store a one-story building. It can just be tucked underneath apartments or offices. And I am assuming that that would happen in what is now called the mixed use area of this plan. But I know that after much discussion about this being a food desert, I was somewhat startled to see actually in the plan itself, a comment that said some of the more neighborhood amenities might not happen right away. And I was wondering why no one has thought about perhaps putting a grocery store in a building that is going to have apartments above it so that you don't have a standalone grocery store. I also don't see the need for big box stores. I know that there's a lot of discussion about retail leakage. Not being a big consumer, I guess I don't leak enough retail. If I have to drive to Fred Meyer to buy a new iron every few years, I don't see that as being a huge hardship. 99W has a lot of things on it. No, it's not the most attractive thing in the world. But from what I have seen of the mall, that is the shopping areas that are built by the developer who has the largest piece of property, his developments don't look that different from what's on 99W. They're the same chain stores. It's the same one-story inefficient use of space. I know that Director Richards is thinking about way more sustainable development and is thinking about a much more concise use of space. But when I've read the plan, I don't see anything that is particularly innovative being required. It's suggested, it's recommended, it's encouraged. I think that if we're going to give up control of a large swath of land to a commercial developer, there need to be some extremely strict guidelines with guardrails that do not allow something that is not what the community wants. So I would like to see I don't see anything about energy efficiency. I don't see anything about solar collection. I mean, yes, there's a recommendation to have an EV plug-in. Every shopping district in America has EV plug-ins now. That's not like the most remarkable thing in the world. So I think that this plan has the makings for something that could be extremely good for McMinnville. I just think that the descriptions that I see in this plan are vague and will not require the developer to do what we need and what we want, and that will put this shopping retail mixed use area on anyone's radar. It'll just be another shopping place in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pers. Any commissioners have any questions for her? Okay, I don't see anybody. Director Richards, is there anybody else that had wanted to speak in the queue, or do we go to those?
Now you would go to your raised hands, and Cheryl Lambright has her hand raised.
All right, Ms. Lambright.
Yes, thank you. I just want to, 1130 Southwest Tall Oaks Drive, McMinnville.
Ms. Lambright, I can barely hear you.
Ms. Lambright, we're having a very difficult time hearing you. Is there a way you can adjust your microphone?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that any better? Is that better?
It's a little bit better, and maybe if you turn your video off, we would get better audio.
Me? No?
Is it possible for Miss Lambright to call in instead of do the video?
If you guys, it's okay.
Cheryl, that's actually much better. And if you speak a little bit louder, I think people would be able to hear you. You're not breaking up as much.
Okay, I'll try it one more time. I agree with all of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, 7 people that have spoken. You guys have done hard work, but I don't want to see McMinnville turning into another strip mall, another Hillsborough, another Beaverton. And I would just love to slow it down a little bit and make some thoughtful plans. So I agree with the rest who have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Lambright? No. Okay, thank you. Director Richards, is there anybody else that wishes to speak? I don't have both screens in front of it. Let's see. I don't see any others.
So I do not see any other hands raised. Cheryl, if you can lower your hand, it would allow someone else to queue if they have their hand raised. But I don't see any, and I don't see any other chat requests.
Okay.
So the Commissioner Winfield, the next question would be if there's anyone on the phone. I actually don't see anyone on the phone at all in this meeting right now.
Okay, I'm sorry for the dog in the background. Does any commissioner, let's see, does staff wish to respond to any of the opposing testimony?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I appreciate everyone's comments and how they were provided. I think this is a great step forward for us in terms of having the collaborative dialogue and talking about constructive paths towards solutions. So thank you all for that. Some of the things I heard were concerns about the if the desire of the community is to move forward with more commercial on Highway 18, and again, this is a community vision that's being brought to you. And so out of that process was the recommendation that there is more commercial land on Highway 18. And much like what Sid Freeman said, it's the city has the ability to move forward with that as we have a surplus of industrial land supply. And if the city wants to choose to redesignate that to commercial, we have that ability to do so legally. We're now in a discussion of what is the community choice and value system. With that said, I would say part of our efficiency standards for our most recent UGB amendment was to rezone 40 acres of industrial land to commercial land in this area so that we would not expand the UGB. And we did write a comprehensive plan proposal, embedded it into our comprehensive plan to do so. So we would have to take that out to create the finding for not moving forward with that. And I'm not sure what that means in terms of our most recent UGB amendment. So I'd have to figure that out with our legal counsel. But with all that said, it's a community decision in terms of choice. And you do have community members who have come to you who have said this is their choice. What I did hear was that their concerns about the design of the development on Highway 18, and the PAC Project Advisory Committee and the public had the very same concerns. So if Appendix E, the implementing language, does not reflect what this community wants to see built in that area, then that is somewhere where we do need to do more due diligence in terms of our minimum standards of design and development that we want to see out there. To the Elsa Purse, who brought up the discussion about sustainability and sustainable design, that was a discussion at the Project Advisory Committee. And it did not make it into the goals or into the document, but if that's something we want to move forward with, I do know that that was a discussion at the PAC, and it could be something that we bring forward into this discussion as well. Let's see, in terms of the discussion of adding traffic to Highway 18. The reality is there is a lot of vacant land on the south side of Highway 18 within the city limits currently on our books. It will be developed. There will be more trips generated by that land. That's a reality unless we take it out of our city limits and not allow it to be developed moving forward. So what we're talking about now is how it will be developed and how it will serve the community moving forward. And that's the vision that's been brought to you by the public process that we engaged in from 2017 to 2021. If you do want to do more community process, we're happy to do so, to set that up. I don't have the resources to do so right now, so I would have to work through that with city council in terms of how to financial resource to make that happen. There are financial resources that are implicated in that type of process. And there's also financial resources implicated in terms of more analysis and study with consultants. So if that is a decision of the Planning Commission, I'm happy to advocate for that with internally within my structure to see if I can get those resources to make that happen. But I just want to make sure that that there is an awareness to that. There has already been spent on this project about, I think Michael knows better than I because he was the project manager, but I think about $250,000 in terms of the hard dollars that have been spent thus far for this. There was a question of what are we adding to Highway 18? It doesn't seem like we are adding, that we are just adding and we're not taking anything out. And I'm assuming that's meant on how are we improving functionality moving forward on Highway 18 with this thoughtful process that we went through in terms of transportation analysis. And relative to that, we are going to add trips to the highway. That's a reality. There's development land out there. It will happen. It will be developed in some way or manner. And it's just a matter of the underlying comprehensive plan designation and the zones in terms of how it will be developed. What we are doing to improve the functionality of Highway 18 is several things. We are removing local access points on the eastern side of Highway 18. There are several local access points there. That's why there's that controlled intersection at Cirrus Avenue. Local access points onto an expressway are a safety hazard. You want to eliminate your access points down to as few as possible and have very controlled intersections where people are entering the highway. That's a safety standard, and that will improve safety on Highway 18. So that is something that everyone coming out of this process thought that is a significant benefit. To do so, we do need to build the frontage roads to be able to remove those access points so that we can get local traffic around in our community. So I just wanted to respond to that as well. In terms of the housing discussion for the south side of highway and the great neighborhood principles, you know, housing is an issue in McMinnville, and there's a reason it's an issue here. Let's be honest. We were not able to move forward with the UGB amendment for a very long time, and there are reasons why we weren't able to move forward with that. And so, yes, it's not ideal. And I would say for McMinnville planning, that's been the history of the last 20 years, is when there have been initiatives to move city planning initiatives forward, we haven't been able to move them forward. And the outcome of that may be something less than what this community actually wanted to begin with. And I think about that beautiful master plan that Don Jones put together over in the Chatham-Claim area in the Baker Creek and Hill Road area. And if people are not happy with how disparate development has occurred there, there were two different efforts to do master planning in that area that did not move forward because of opposition. Those two master planning efforts probably would have yielded a better product for many people in terms of those who don't feel that what's happened there is what they would like to see there. I'm also sensitive to the fact that those are homes that people are living in, and it's their neighborhood. So for them, it's working, and I want to be careful about what we say, but master planning, this type of master planning and area planning discussion as a community is what puts the foundation on the ground for how you want to see things move forward. And if we're always in this analysis paralysis and can't move these products forward, we won't have them, and the development will occur in a disparate way. So that would be my one cautionary tale for McMinnville as we move forward with this. Let's see. I think that's it in terms of my comments. There were some very specific comments relative to transportation and a couple comments for ODOT personnel, so I'll leave that to them to answer. Oh, my last comment was, I was trying to pick out the constructive pieces there in terms of opportunities for improvement. I think the land use plan as illustrated, using the pink for housing, the red for, you know, I think what it's done is created confusion, and Steve Iverson brought this up. And so moving forward, I guess what I would recommend is I would try to figure out how to redesign that land use plan so it doesn't look like zones and it looks like land uses, different land uses and how they're interacting with each other. So it doesn't create that confusion, and maybe put those different land uses on their underlying comp plan designations, because that's the focus of this.
Thank you, Director Richards. Is there anybody from if the ODOT could respond? I don't remember what specific questions. Director Richards, if you could. I don't know which, I think there was some questions to ODOT.
So Mark Davis had some questions for Michael Duncan. One particularly was on the Cumulus Avenue and Highway 18 interchange and the mobility target for it in terms of the existing mobility target, Michael, and the future mobility target. I think you described the existing mobility target as 0.78, and in our documents, I think it's 0.64. That might be it, but there were different numbers positioned
Great.
out there. And so Mark had questions about that.
Thank you, Heather. And actually, that was the one thing, and I wasn't sure if it's a correction of the record or just me talking on it. And I'm glad my video is working now too. So yes, thank you, Mark. I, as many folks know, leading up to these things, my notes are kind of a flurry, but I was able to fact check myself on that. And per table 4 in the preferred alternative facility design memo, that would be page 18 of the memo, page 57 of Appendix D, the PDF for Appendix D, shows that Norton Lane operates at 0.76 and Cumulus operates at 0.64. So, and again, the mobility target is 0.8 for both of those intersections. So just wanted to clarify that for folks, even though it's still, what I stated before is still under the mobility target. I don't know where those, I even double checked my notes to see where they, well, I just mistyped on it. So appreciate the opportunity to correct that. And yeah, I was looking through my notes here to see what else it could have been.
So Michael, I think the other question I heard from Mr. Kreutzbender was safety issues. In terms of, does this plan increase safety and increase accident concerns on 3 Mile Lane area plan, if I'm interpolating for him correctly?
Right. And so, I don't have the numbers, right off the top of my head. Andy or Josh might recall general trends. I do think that we did see, and it might have been at Norton, a slight increase, but it was more related to overall growth in traffic volumes, and not necessarily with a preferred improvement or something of that sort. I'll pause there to maybe let Andy or Josh step in to help clarify that.
Commissioner Winfield, do I have permission to share screen?
Yes.
This is Andrew Mortensen again from David Evans and Associates. I don't have the map of the traffic safety analysis that was done for the study, but I'll use this map as a reference. The traffic safety issues are essentially at the edge of this map at Crookshank Road. And ODOT has an interim safety solution that's going to be employed over the next year that will help buffer the right turn lanes traveling eastbound. And that is considered to be a patch to help improve safety there. And the series of frontage roads that are in our plan will help remove direct accesses from private driveways and loop road, which are also potential safety concerns. Now, everyone understands that when you enter an urban area after traveling 55 miles an hour and approach the very first traffic controlled intersection, there needs to be some safety design characteristics built into the highway so that we can safely bring traffic volume and speed down, not volume down, but speed down, so that we're not introducing a new safety concern. the combination of frontage roads and the interchange improvement at 3 Mile Lane will help, that part will help remove some of the local traffic that would otherwise be on Highway 18 without them. Some type of traffic control design will need to accommodate a reduction in speed entering the McMinnville urban area, just as it does today at Cumulus Avenue. But the combination of the suggested recommendations of frontage roads and disconnection of Crookshank and Loop Road in the future will improve safety conditions. If we were able to do that today, it would improve them over today's condition. There is not an estimate of what the safety rates are going to be in the future. We don't have the ability to do that, but we do know that the types of solutions that we've suggested here will have an improvement in future traffic safety conditions moving forward in the plan. So that's, I hope that addresses the question about safety in the corridor. I know there were comments about safety, further west and further east in the corridor. Those have been known. They're being addressed outside of this plan because they're not of the geographic purview of the 3 Mile Lane plan. There was an additional comment that said you can't do the frontage roads without doing the interchange. And if I misspoke, my apology. No, the frontage road improvements are solutions that can be pursued through design and construction, regardless of the reconstruction of the interchange at 3 Mile Lane. And those need to be part of regular systems development or parts of private development to ensure that that full connectivity of the frontage road system that parallels 18, both south and north of the highway, making local connection and circulatory options that allows local traffic to travel east and west within the study area without having to travel onto Highway 18 and further exacerbate congestion and safety conditions along the highway. So I'd like to just, note for the commission that the frontage roads are not reliant on the future interchange improvement to happen. They can happen as standalone projects as part of development.
Thank you, Mr. Mortensen. As I don't think we have any other questions for staff that I'm aware of. So,
Chair Winfield,
yes.
I would appreciate hearing Director Richards' response to Sid Freeman's slide comparing the 40 acres or whatever acres of proposed retail commercial space here versus Orenco Station and the old mill in Bend.
So the reason that the project advisory committee looked at Orenco Station and the old mill district in Bend was for the very reason that Ilsa Persa provided such great testimony about. It was to look at how can we bring this need. So the community came forward and said, we have this need for additional general merchandise retail. How can we bring this need to McMinnville in such a way that it is not generic, that it's unique to McMinnville and is an asset to McMinnville in terms of design and development. And so that was the discussion amongst the project advisory committee, and they were looking at, Ilsa was right, Orenco Station was nationally recognized as well as the old mill district in terms of their approach to the design and development of those special districts. Relative to the discussion of the number of square footage of retail, I don't have that information in front of me, so I don't feel comfortable talking about it. I would also say we don't know what's going to happen on that 40 acres. There's a lot of suppositions and right now we're not talking about the development review of that a developer has brought forward to us. We're talking about creating a comp plan map designation for commercial land so that commercial can move forward on that property. If the community's interest is, we want that commercial development to move forward in this way with design and development standards. We can't determine tenants. But with design and development standards, that is the implementing language of an ordinance that we can put together for that as an overlay.
It, does a commercial zone or commercial development preclude apartments? Is it retail or, movie theaters only, or can apartments be built there too?
So a commercial zone, so the commercial plan map designation, because again, we're not talking about zones.
Okay.
The commercial plan map designation recommended in this area plan allows for the C1, C2, C3, and office residential zone. So C1 is neighborhood serving. I wouldn't recommend that for this area because that is literally nestled into a residential neighborhoods like what we have at 2nd and Hill Street. We also have a general tourist commercial zone, and that's the C2, and then the C, and I might have C2 and C1 mixed up that way, but those two are the other two commercial zones. And then C3 is our general commercial zone. That's the same zone you see downtown. That's the zone you see on 99. It's the zone we have in most of Northeast Gateway District. And so that does allow multifamily. In fact, we usually see higher density housing in that zone than we do in our R4 zone. And it allows office space and it allows retail space. So with that said, there is a hesitancy to encouraging housing in this particular area because of its adjacency to the airport. And so that's why when the Project Advisory Committee was going through their work in this area, we need more housing. That's a need, and we need to do the best that we can to design housing in such a way that it is a good place to live. And I would suggest that apartment living is not bad living. So again, let's not make those value statements. But with that said, the Project Advisory Committee did not feel comfortable moving forward with recommending housing in this area because of the fact that it's adjacent to the airport. And the airport is loud, and it's, and it's also, I think, in the takeoff or landing zone. And so that's why the housing is really focused further west, because that gets it further away from that airport, from that takeoff landing trajectory, if that makes sense. However, with that said, if you read through the plan, and maybe the plan needs to be more detailed, it does talk about a mixed use town center. And that's because the committee was very interested in having office uses and retail uses and having a higher intensity of uses there. And then what you would see in sort of a big box pad with a vast seascape or parking and some fast food pads in front of it. So if the implementing language doesn't get to what the original intent was, that is a place where we need to put more attention.
My concern is if we have 40 acres of shopping center, it'll be I call it a shopping center desert, and just, totally uninviting and not what I envisioned for McMinnville.
Yeah, so that was not the discussion at the Project Advisory Committee at all. So it's interesting to me that that's what's, I think that's the fear factor, right? That's everyone's fear factor. And that's what the focus is for people who are concerned about this moving forward with that particular nuance associated with it. The discussion with the Project Advisory Committee and the implementing language in the Appendix C does have this in there. There's a lot of discussion about how the frontage of the built environment needs to face, this sort of Main Street area. I don't want to use Main Street because it's not meant to replicate downtown or compete with downtown. But it's meant to create a situation that is not that big pad, big box situation. And so again, if we get to implementing language that's not getting us there, that wasn't the vision of the Project Advisory Committee. I would have to look at that implementing language again, because I thought it did get us there in terms of how it would be designed. Their interest was it should be unique architecture. They looked at the architecture around it. I submitted into the public record and sent to planning commissioners over the last couple of days the design booklet that was put together through this process. Because I think Ilsa's the one who asked me about that as well. Because the Project Advisory Committee and the public engagement was very specific of we want design that replicates what's unique about McMinnville, the agrarian heritage. What you see out there on Highway 18 right now, there's a very specific design aesthetic with the Dell Smith development there in terms of those really wide angle roof lines and a lot of windows and, you know, replicating hangars in terms of the products that they built. So they had a lot of discussion of, we want that type of design. We love the fact that vines are planted in front of the museums because that's also representative of McMinnville. And so that if that's not clear in the plan, then we need to make that clearer. And then in terms of what I heard from some of the testifiers tonight is they don't feel the implementing language, it goes far enough in terms of requiring that as a minimum standard.
Thank you.
Commissioner McClellan, and then Sanchez.
I think actually that Lori had her hand up first.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'll be really fast. I just want to say I appreciate that we're touching on this conversation, especially when this is really focused on the transportation corridor. But I definitely I accept Heather's offer to, in a future meeting, discuss, or when appropriate, discuss clearer design standards for any potential development. But since I think that is not part of this planned conversation, I think it is definitely something we should put on the list for another more appropriate moment. But I really want to have that conversation.
Yeah, so and that also brings up another good point. So Appendix E has recommended language. That's not the language you need. Adopting this area plan does not adopt that language. It also has an implementation program in it. And one of the implementation programs is adopting design and development standards for this area. And we talked about not doing that right now because we want to understand what this public process would yield and then come in behind that with those standards itself. I think from what I heard from some of the testifiers, they're feeling like if it passes without a stronger look at Appendix E, they don't feel confident that that's what's going to move forward. But you, as the Planning Commission, will be working through the actual adopting ordinance for these design and development standards, and you have the opportunity to develop that the way you want to develop that.
Okay, well, I just, I thought tonight we had some really good testimony that was actually helpful with some new ideas. And I had not caught that in the plan, it says suggested, recommended, or preferred. So if we can fix those things in that design development, because I don't want somebody thinking, oh, I don't have to do that. The other thing I heard tonight was people suggesting a maximum square footage. And I don't know how you feel about that, Heather, but I kind of like that idea. So any other thoughts, people?
I know that we have a big box square footage for the city. And I think I'd asked Commissioner Richards, which this is also touches upon Commissioner Sanchez's point, that would overlay that area. And so we are limited to the current size, which I think is the Lowe's, is as maximum as it gets. But I would like Commissioner Richards to also touch upon that, because that was my question too.
Yes, and just for the record, I'd love to be a commissioner sometime when I retire, but right now I'm your staff support. So, but with that said, the large format commercial standards, I did send that out to you as well this week because that conversation had come up. That applies to all commercial development over a certain size in McMinnville, regardless of where it is. And anything, and that's the baseline. And so the language in Appendix E builds upon that, and we can build further than that. I did not see in that, Commissioner Winfield, a limitation on size, and I may have missed it. What it does do is it's designed in such a way that it limits the overall impact of the size of a building and breaks it up. quite a bit, but it doesn't limit the interior layout in terms of space devoted to one tenant or not. And if I missed that, then I need to look at that closer, but I have not seen that in there. I have worked in communities where they limited the size of retail, and it was a long time ago in 1995. So I don't know what the laws are about it right now. I guess what I would say is sometimes what I see communities do when they're looking at a situation from a reaction of worst case scenario is that they create a box that's so small, and I don't mean box, that's not a pun, I just used the wrong word, but they create the working environment in which something can occur in such a narrow frame that you lose the opportunity for whatever whatever a great opportunity may be that you really want to see as a community. So that would be my only caveat to that is, I would suggest don't knee jerk so far that you're preventing the next Orenco station, whatever that is, from occurring in McMinnville if it meets the value systems of McMinnville. So if the value system is size of tenant, retail tenant, then that's one thing. But if the value system of McMinnville is we really want something unique, we really want it to be reflective of McMinnville and our needs, and to build on this community as an asset, and utilize this property in such a way that it serves the needs of our community, which we're hearing there is retail need for certain merchandise and things like that, but also continues to build on what's so unique about McMinnville. Let's do that.
Commissioner Randall?
Yeah, one thing we can look at in the development standards that hopefully we'll be developing is setting up a block pattern of each block has a square footage that would not allow a large, a Costco, something like that, to come in there. And if we set that, the block pattern in the code, that would, I think, alleviate a lot of those fears and would keep each development in a little bit smaller form. So we can look at that when the standards come to us, but that is one thing to consider.
Commissioner Chakowski?
Yeah, thank you. I'm seeking to understand right now because I think I understand, but I'd like to have confirmation. Is it possible for us to adopt the 3-mile area lane plan, recommend that to the city council that occurs, but then also have the requirement that we are establishing those standards by which things shall be built in that area? Director Richards.
We can't hear.
Yes, all of a sudden my computer started going nuts with a bunch of things popping up. Yes, and so in there right now is an implementation I'm trying to look it up in the plan language itself. There's implementation language that recommends that the city move forward with amending. We currently have a plan development overlay over that whole area right now. And so it recommends amending that to bring in design and development standards. That's the action plan, so to speak, in the area plan, if you want to look at it that way. Appendix E is just suggestive language that the consultants put together for that. It's not we're not adopting that language in terms of our ordinance itself. We will be doing that work.
Right, so by adopting the plan, we're not adopting the design standards that have been proposed or not proposed. And we're not giving up that opportunity at this time. We're just delaying that until it's required upon us to decide.
Right. So again, this is a guiding document that says this is what the community has decided is its future vision. And now you need to take the next steps to actually memorialize whatever that is and continue to tweak it and go deeper down into it in terms of the different details.
Very good. Thank you.
We still had 2 ideas that I think that Lori Sanchez wanted, and that Gary Langenwalker also talked about, to have maybe as put in for future, or ideas that we don't want to dismiss. Is that something we need to do today, or is that something we should have for next time?
Yeah, so I would suggest I'm imagine you're thinking about that discussion of putting the
Pedestrian.
the notes in there about the bike pedestrian crossings, overpasses,
Sure.
and putting that in that one section where we talk about all those things that we should be considering. So there's a couple of ways you can move forward with this as a planning commission. You can make a motion that has direction into it, that when it goes to city council, it should have this amended language in it. Or you have to make a decision about your hearing right now, but you could make a decision of to direct staff to come back to you with these amended language for future consideration.
Are there other things that you're doing, Director Richards, that would slide in place with? Which would you prefer?
I'm here to serve the planning commission. So whatever you would like to see move forward is what we will do to support you.
Okay. Well, I guess we need to have a motion on the table before I can amend something that is going forward.
Procedurally, you're still in a public hearing process. So you need to decide tonight if you, Commissioner Winfield, if you want to close the hearing or keep the hearing open. And then after that decision, and then decide how you want to move forward.
Okay. Does the commission wish to continue or close the hearing?
Let me ask a procedural question. If we close the hearing, that means we voted up or voted down tonight. We don't continue to discuss it next month. Is that correct?
You can still continue to discuss it next month. It just means there won't be the allowance for additional public testimony.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we close the public testimony at this time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the second. Who was that? Langenwalter?
Yeah, and Gary and Robert Banagay, choose one.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Langenwalter has moved.
No.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Chakowski, I didn't catch all that. I'm sorry. Commissioner Chelsea has moved to close the hearing. I'm sorry, the language on this got messed up. And Langenwalter has seconded the motion. Are we ready for the question? Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. The motion is unanimous, or those opposed, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous in favor of the motion. Okay. So there's no paragraph for close.
So now you're under deliberation, and you can have a discussion about if you want to continue discussion about the deliberation into your next meeting in March. Again, you're not under any time frame for this. And then, because it is a legislative initiative, you could give direction to staff to bring back additional information for you as you continue your deliberation.
Okay, so this decision is a recommendation to close the public, we have closed the public hearing and recommending approval to the application to the city council. So we need to discuss if we want to continue discussion and then move forward. Scylla? I can't hear.
I think I need some clarification here. It's not clear to me where we discuss design standards, basically. And I feel like it's not in this conversation, that is a different conversation, but I'm not sure. So I guess my decision as to where the next step is dependent on that information.
So the adoption of this plan as a supplement to the comprehensive plan is not adopting design and development standards. So the discussion you would have as a planning commission is, do you feel confident that the community, that the community need to have unique design and development standards for development in this area is represented in the language of the plan, so that when you do move forward with that work, the community feels comfortable that you're moving forward with that work, I guess, if that makes sense. You can, if you want to, do the work now as part of Appendix E, but it's still not adopting it.
I guess I would want to have I don't think we need to do all of the work as part of Appendix E, but I do think it needs to be mentioned there, and then we can do the work later where we can adopt it.
So some of your direction to staff could be to bring back amended language to put into the plan that strengthens that dialogue, that there needs to be unique design and development standards for whatever development. So I'd be interested if it's for all development that occurs on the 1,400 acres, or if it's specific to commercial development or the innovation center, that type of thing. But we could put more specific language into the plan document itself. So that's the body of the plan that says we're, in terms of the implementation, that we're going to move forward with implementation design development standards that do blah, 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 blah. Right.
Yes, I like you use the word stronger language in that, and that's what I would like to see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langenwalter?
I'm torn. It sounds like we're starting to get one more level down from this high level planning document. If we approve the document as it reads right now, have we lost the ability to add things like the pedestrian bridge, add things like deeper standards on facades and construction and all that? Have we lost any of that capability if we approve now?
If you approve the plan now as written, it won't be in the plan document, but you don't lose the ability to implement that as a program at the city of McMinnville. Meaning that if the pedestrian overpasses are important to the planning commission and the community, that can be something that's considered in the transportation system plan, which is actually the plan that's going to book this stuff, if you want to think about legally booking it as projects. However, I would suggest to you, based on what I've heard of your concerns as a body of commissioners and the community public testimony we heard, that it's worth taking the time to put that additional language into this plan document. I don't think it will be that difficult for us to put that together and bring it back to you.
Okay, so could I try a motion then based on that?
Does everybody agree? Okay.
So
go.
Amanda, can I ask you a quick question? If would their motion be to recommend it to city council for approval with the following types of amendments, and then it leaves them and goes to city council? Or do they just provide direction under deliberation to staff? We want to see more. We want to see you bring back a document that has this amended language, and then they make a motion for that document.
They could do either.
Okay.
But my based on what I'm hearing is that I'm assuming the planning commission would like to look at that language before it goes to council.
One more
So
time.
yeah. So
Yeah,
it'd be basically a motion to continue deliberation to March 17th with direction to staff to address bike ped bridge overpass, and the design standards, it sounds like.
Okay, all right. I move that the Planning Commission continue deliberations at its next meeting, March 17th, 2022, and that staff bring back amended language with regard to the bike pedestrian bridge and the design development standards. Is that okay?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. So Commissioner Sanchez has moved to continue this legislative hearing to March 17th and directed staff to amend, and the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Rankin. Are we ready for the question?
The hearing hasn't been continued, but your deliberation.
Okay, the hearing. I'm doing my best. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Looks like, okay, everybody, those opposed, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous in favor of this motion. So we will see everybody on this March 17th. I propose that we take a 10-minute break, if that's short enough. Because we've got a bunch of quick stuff next, and then we have another hearing. But I think we need a little bit of a break. So I suggest we come back at 9:41.
Okay, and for the record, just for everyone on the call, the recording will remain on, just so you're not caught in any hot mic moments.
Thank you for warning us, Heather.
You're doing great.
I've got the dog chewing in the background. He's 6.5 months old, decided for the first time in I think 5 months that he wanted to be playing and doing stuff in the evening.
And not last night, but tonight.
Just tonight. Never has done it any other night.
Sedona, you're doing a great job. Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you. If I didn't have to juggle this 6.5-month-old puppy on top of everything else, who truly decided out of all the nights, as I was just telling Beth, that this was the night he wanted to play.
Of course.
I needed to go out, and he's never needed to go out at that time.
Of course.
So we got the break because the dog needed it. I got you.
Well, you also got to see me do the dash outside with him once too, so that got to be recorded.
And to be fair, somehow we missed some sections in your script about what to do after the hearing was closed.
I did the best I could.
I know, but I just want everyone here to know. I was looking at two going, I think there's a couple of sections missing here.
Yeah. So you supplied the missing link, Sedona. You did great with improv. I was reading along and said, there's nothing here. Good job.
All good. No, I have no problem asking for help. All right. Just wait on Dan here.
As
All
we're
right.
waiting, I just wanted to let you know that the next item will be led by Monica Bilodeau. I think this is the first time, maybe the second time, I can't recall, that she's interfacing with you. She's our new senior planner.
Hey, okay. All right, I think everybody's here. Okay, our second public hearing is for docket CPA 2-20, a comprehensive plan amendment, and docket zone change ZC 3-20, a zone map amendment and plan development overlay. The location of the project is 3310 Southeast 3 Mile Lane, more specifically described as tax lot 700, section 26, T4S R4W WM Meridian. The applicant is Kimco McMinnville LLC. Does anyone wish to object to the jurisdiction of the commission to hear this matter? Does any commissioner wish to make any disclosure or abstain from participating or voting on this application? Staff has recommended that the hearing be continued to March 17th, 2022, and the applicant has concurred with that continuance. Is this correct, staff?
That is correct.
Does the commission wish to continue the public hearing for CPA 2-20/ZC 3-20 to March 17th, 2022?
I so move.
I have a question.
Yes, question.
I haven't been keeping count, but this is at least the third continuance from this party, by this party. And I'm just, because of the schedule of work that the staff has and we have in our review and deliberations, I'm just wondering, would it be reasonable? Is there any requirement for just a 1 month? Do they need more time? Are they just doing 1 month requests because that's standard? Should we ask them to go out 60 days instead of 30 days? Just,
So a couple of things.
you
to
don't
that.
have to do.
They are, just to remind you, they did pause for several months actually to wait for the other two neighboring property owners to put together proposals based on the planning commission request, so that it was a coherent submittal. And I think that Tom can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those other submittals didn't get submitted until December. Is that right? Or
It was
November?
November, and then they were deemed complete in December.
Yeah.
And so this would have been, for the other two items on the docket, would have been the first hearings for those. So these three were coming together at the same time.
The other thing that's occurring is Just as we just had that discussion with the 3 Mile Lane area plan, when development comes in with a comp plan map amendment and rezone, there is a more, there's a more in-depth analysis from the transportation side in terms of impact to facilities and mitigation to that. The ODOT personnel that does that review has can I say that publicly? Had the ODOT personnel that does the review needed to take some time off. And so they only just got their comments back to staff this week or last week.
Yeah, and they essentially the traffic analysis initially, we were reviewing, one TIA, and we're subsequently reviewing 3 coordinated TIAs that came in with those 2 more recent applications as well. So
you're just saying the delays are sort of from both sides and just a pure example of the planning process.
Yeah,
we are diligently working, I think, all together to review and communicate on the analysis. So,
do we still want to? Is there a problem about continuing this more than the 30 days, or is that just so standard that asking?
Well, they're on the record saying that they request the continuance date specific to March. Are they on the record with that request?
yes.
So, yeah.
For each property owner.
Okay.
Okay. So Commissioner Langenwalter has made a motion to continue the public hearing. Is there a second to that motion? Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. It's really hard to see sometimes. All right. So Scylla has seconded the motion. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay. Those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Okay. Oh, was that?
Can I, Madam Chair,
Yes.
was this just came up so fast. Commissioner Langenwalter wants to extend the public hearing. Is that what we're voting on here? Is that the motion?
It's the motion to continue the public hearing for CPA 2-20 zone change.
I'm sorry, I
March
was
17th.
back in the old one. Okay, so yes.
Okay.
I'm
So
very
now,
sorry.
Commissioner Shante, you've moved on to the 3 private developments for the comp plan
sorry.
amendments and rezones. And those are the 3 hearings that we're recommending. You don't open for public testimony tonight, you just continue it.
I'm
Thanks.
really sorry. I had a mind blip. So apologize.
You can go back, Lori, if you need to.
Or
Right.
even I wouldn't do that.
I'm with yes.
Okay, let me call for the vote again, just to make sure that everything is clear. We had a motion and a second to continue the public hearing for CPA 2-20 zone change 322, March 17th, 2022. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, the vote is unanimous in favor of the motion and nobody opposed it. This hearing is continued until 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, March 17th, 2022. Okay, next. Our third public hearing is for docket CPA 1-21, a comprehensive plan amendment, and docket ZC 2-21, a zone map amendment and plan development overlay. This location of the project is 3330 Southeast 3 Mile Lane, more specifically described as tax lot 600, section 26, T4 South, T4 South R4W WM. The applicant is Ken Sandblast with Westlake Consultants, Inc., representing property owner 3330 TML, CO Brian Hayes. Does anyone wish to, sorry about that. Does anyone wish to object to the jurisdiction of the commission to hear this matter? Nope. Does any commissioner wish to make any disclosure or abstain for participating or voting on this application? Nope. Staff has recommended that the hearing be continued to March 17th, 2022, and the applicant, sorry, has concurred with that continuance. Is this correct, staff?
Correct.
Okay. Does the commission wish to continue the public hearing for CPA 1-21 ZC 2-21 to March 17th, 2022.
Yes, I move that the planning commission continue the public hearing for docket CPA 1-21.
Okay, Commissioner
Second.
Chelsea. I didn't see, okay, so Commissioner Chelsea has made a motion to continue the public hearing and Commissioner McClellan has seconded the motion. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous in favor of the motion. This hearing is continued until 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, March 17th, 2022. Our fourth public hearing is for docket CPA 2-21, a comprehensive plan map amendment, and docket ZC 3-21, a zone map amendment and plan development overlay. Location of this project is 3 Mile Lane and Cumulus Avenue, more specifically described as tax lot 100, section 27, T4S R4W WM.
Yeah.
The applicant is Ken Sandblast, Westlake Consultants, Inc., representing property owner DRS Land LLC, CO Dan Banson. Does anyone wish to object to the jurisdiction of the commission to hear this matter? Does any commissioner wish to make any disclosure or abstain from participating or voting on this application? Nope. Staff has recommended that the hearing be continued to March 17th, 2022, and the applicant has concurred with that continuance. This is correct. Okay. Does the commission wish to continue the public hearing for CPA 2-21 ZC 3-21 to March 17th, 2022?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Commissioner Benedict has made a motion to continue the public hearing and Commissioner Chakowski has seconded the motion. Those opposed, those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous in favor of the motion and this hearing is continued until 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, March 17th, 2022. The joys of Zoom, my cat is chasing the dog and the dog is enjoying it. Our fifth public hearing is a quasi judicial hearing for docket VR 4-21, an application for historical parking variance to reduce the existing required number of off-street parking spaces by 50% from 26 parking spaces to 13 parking spaces. The location of the project is 425 Northeast Evans Street, is more specifically described as tax lot 2800, section 21 BC T4S R4W WM. The applicant is David Queener of Jada Ventures LLC. The public hearing is open. As a reminder, following the staff report, public testimony will be limited to, I'm changing this back to 6, Director Richards, because that's what we discussed, per person. Does anyone wish to object to the jurisdiction of the commission to hear this matter? Does any commissioner wish to make any disclosure or abstain from participating or voting on this application? Does any commissioner need to declare any contact prior to this hearing with the applicant or any other party involved in this hearing or any other source of information outside of staff regarding the subject of this hearing? I don't see any. Have any commissioners visited the site? Okay, quite a few of us. Does any commissioner wish to discuss their visit to the subject site? Don't see any. Will the staff please give a brief discussion of the land use application? And I'm going to move the dog. Well, that happens. We have staff description. Okay.
Sharing my screen now. All right, good evening. Commissioners, my name is Monica Bilodeau, and as Heather said, I'm the new senior planner with the city, so very excited to be in front of you tonight. This is the first item. So this quasi-judicial hearing for this item is for the historical parking variance VR 421. And this is the subject site that you mentioned, 425 Northeast Evans. So there's one building and then the parking lot you see, the address is 425 and then there's 401, but it is one entire building there. on the corner of 4th and Evans. So here is the front of the building that faces Evans there. And then I'll give you a quick history of the historical nature of the site. Looking that up, it was the original telephone register site, and a portion of it that is on the corner of Evans and 4th was first built in 1902, and then the later portion of the building was built in 1920s. So they were built in different times, the two different parts. And the northwest corner was built originally by Coley Perrine in 1902, and that was for the original use of the telephone register. So kind of fun facts, when it was sold in 1946 for the $12,000, and then later kind of merged with the News Reporter until 1976 it operated. And one of the important facts that I thought was the 2001 when the Stark name was added to the top of the building. So it wasn't until much later. And good to note that the space is currently being used as office. So a quick project summary, as you said, David Queener is the applicant and owner of the Two Dogs Tap House that is in our area. And he is requesting the parking variance to reduce the required number of off-street parking spaces from the 26 that are required to 13. The subject site is zone C3, which is a general commercial. And so it does allow the eating and drinking establishments at this location. And then the existing space is roughly that 5,200 square feet. And under our code, we do require 1 parking space per 100 square feet of floor area for eating and drinking establishments. So that's how it establishes. For normally in a C3 zone, we would require 52 off-street parking spaces. And then on the next slide, I'll show you, we have a further downtown reduction, which allows the number to be reduced in half for this particular site to the 26. So that's how we come to the number 26 that is required for eating and drinking at this location. So section 1760-100 in our ordinance allows for the further reduction. I've noted the site with the star there, so you can see it is in the 1/2 or the reduced parking area by 1/2 there. So going kind of quickly, but tonight's consideration for you is we want to look at does this application meet the criterion for the parking variance? And section 1760-150C for parking variances for historical structures. It does lay out the 7 factors for you to consider tonight. And we've gone through those pretty thoroughly in our findings, but I'll go through these pretty quickly, and then we can, if you have any questions after the presentation, we can go through any of them more thorough. The 7 are: number 1 is the variance requested the minimum variance, which would allow the use while preserving the structure. The second is, what is the expected traffic generation of the proposed use? And is it less than required parking would indicate? And then number 3, what is the peak time use of the proposed use? So that's the restaurant use. And how does that compare with other uses in the neighborhood? And number 4, the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. Is it commercial, residential, mixed use? And then number 5, to what degree would the granting of this variance cause an adverse impact on the neighborhood? And then number 6, how many public parking spaces, including street parking spaces, are available in the vicinity? And does the value of saving this historical structure outweigh the negative impact which would result in the neighborhood? I know I went through those quickly, but hopefully we can, any questions. But this is the parking plan that was provided, and this provides a lot of kind of our justification for recommending approval. But we do have the public parking lot just within a block of this site that provides 212 spaces, in addition to the 13 off-street parking spaces that they do have at this site. Agency comments, we received no comments from engineering, no comments from MAC Water and Light. Building did comment on this proposal by requesting that prior to occupancy, at least one of those parking spaces be striped for accessible parking. So we have added that as a condition. And then we did receive comments from Beth Rankin, and hopefully the presentation answered some of those. Some of her questions, I believe, should be directed towards the applicant. They were regarding kind of the hours of operation, potential lunch services and such, but we can go through those as a group as well. So after a thorough review in the staff's decision document, staff does recommend approval of this parking variance, subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes the presentation for tonight. I know that was a little quick, but I know we had a long item before this, but I'm happy and available to go through any additional questions you have of this project. And the applicant is still with us as well, and he will be happy to answer any questions you have about the business and his proposal. So thank you.
Thank you, Monica. It looks like we have a couple questions. I don't know who went first.
Beth is first.
Okay.
I just had one that was to staff. I'll wait and ask the others of the applicant in a minute. And that was regarding the access to the back parking lot of the adjacent property. When I drove past there, it confirmed what the aerial photography showed, that they access, there's at least 3 spots on property that faces Fifth. And they access it through there, through this parking lot. So I want to just make sure that their access is not going to be impeded in any way. That's all.
So, yes, so this parking variance will not change any access, any current access that is available. This is just approving the variance to allow the reduced parking for this specific use, which would be a restaurant, eating and drinking establishment.
Commissioner Langenwalter?
Sort of a question of curiosity. The current owner / tenant still only has 13 parking spaces. There were people in offices there. What was their zoning requirement for parking spaces for an office building with tenants? Did they have to also get a variance?
So for office use, it has a much lower standard in our code for parking requirements. So with the office use, they were able to meet the parking requirement.
Thank you.
So it's only going to this higher in potential restaurant, any restaurant use in this building would need additional parking under the code.
Thank you.
Commissioner Depe? I think I said that right.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little bit about the approval? So if this restaurant is approved, would it also be an approval of any restaurant use, say a transition from this owner to a breakfast only place, which wouldn't match the peak times?
So this parking variance only, and maybe Heather can correct me if I misstate anything, but I believe this only runs with the current application and the proposal. So if we have a new use that comes into this building, they would have to apply. So if it does change over in the future.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Does staff have thoughts or concerns about the nature of the parking, as far as it appears to be backing out onto Fourth would be the only way to get out of the existing parking spots?
So we did look at this with engineering, and there was no concern about, transitions or movements in or out of this parking lot. I think due to the nature of trips, this wasn't brought up as a concern.
Thank you. One last one. For the parking requirements, is it based on the entire square footage or just the dining square footage? But since the dining square footage isn't determined yet, it's for the whole building.
Yeah, for our calculations, we base it on the total square footage. We didn't parse out exactly which use is like kitchen use versus dining use. So our calculations kind of take the whole building into account and assign a parking based on that, a parking count.
Awesome, thank you.
Commissioner McClellan?
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant, Mr. Queener. Hello. I have eaten at your
Actually, I think for our purposes for this, can we do that after the applicant provides his testimony? This is for questions for staff.
Sorry, I have no questions for staff.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for staff? Any others? Okay, we'll move on then. Would the applicant wish to provide any testimony?
Well, good evening. Thank you for taking the time tonight. It's been a long night for you, for sure. Again, my name is David Queener, owner of Two Dogs Tap House, along with my family. And some of you may or may not be familiar with our business. We were down on 3rd and 4th Street until recently, and have made the decision to move on to what we think is going to be a bigger and better space for us and what we want to do. So hence the reason why we're before you tonight, looking to move forward with this parking variance. What I would like to just say with regard to our operations, we are lunch and dinner type of place. We open our hours of operation are 11:30 in the morning until 9 in the evening, Monday through Thursday. Actually make that Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday, we're just open an hour later until 10 o'clock. And as I had mentioned in our narrative, we are obviously with the type of business we are, our busiest time is during the evening hours and when people are coming out for dinner and whatnot. The exception to that would be on the weekends, where we do have a more of a lunch rush and a lull and a dinner rush. During the week, our lunch hours are much quieter. It's not super busy, but we do generally have a much busier evenings during the week and throughout the weekend as well. I'd also just like to say, with our previous location, we did not, obviously at that location, have any off-street parking at all. One, there wasn't an ability to do that, and plus there wasn't any requirement there. And the experience for me over there, and for most of our customers, I believe, is there wasn't an issue with being able to find parking to come to our business. And there was actually less available public parking around that building. Here, we have the 212 spaces that are literally about a half a block away from us to the 5th Street parking garage. We also have almost 190 on-street parking spaces within 300 feet of us. So there's much more available public parking for our customers. And then I guess the final thing I would just like to point out, and again, most all of you are aware of this, is the nature of downtown McMinnville, which we want to continue to be an integral part of that, is it's a very walkable downtown, something that's very unique to most places. So when somebody comes here to visit downtown, they often park in one location and then walk to several different shops and businesses and whatnot. So that is what to me is a great benefit. to all of the businesses here. That everything is so tight knit and close that you can go to several locations and not have to get back in your car and go and park again to another location. So I think that's a benefit to everybody, not just our business here. So happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Any commissioner have any questions of the applicant at this time? And I think Scylla does, or Commissioner McClellan.
Yes, thank you. My question, hello, Mr. Queener, thank you. My question is, I'm looking at the layout here. It all looks great. You and your old location, you had some outside seating on the side of the building. And then when Dine Out happened, and 3rd Street was closed, you were able to have benches out there. And I understand, having been, you're not on Evans, we're not going to close Evans Street. So that opportunity doesn't exist for you. Is it in your plan to use the parking lot partially for outside seating? I don't want to say just in case, but just in case.
We don't have plans to use it. We certainly would love to have some sidewalk seating, but that would, obviously we need to get the appropriate approvals in order to do that, not only from the city, but also from the OLCC. We don't have an intention of using the parking for outdoor seating or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rankin?
Yeah, well, you answered the question about the lunch service. Having worked my first few working years in the judicial system, not in this state, I will say you will be getting a larger volume in lunch trade probably because of this location. And that raises the concern about parking again. But when I first moved to McMinnville, I unfortunately got caught up in a rental scam and had to go to the courthouse a number of times in the next 3 years before that case finally got wrapped up. And we always found parking okay. So I would think even if you have people who might drive to you for lunch because you're open at lunch and if they drive in from outside of the immediate walking area, they'll probably find parking.
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, again, there's nearly 400 public parking spaces in close proximity. So hopefully they'll be able to find one.
Commissioner Depe?
Thank you. I'm wondering if you consider reaching out to the neighbor and reestablishing the drive-through. Obviously, that would the drive-through, the parking to the north and then out. That wouldn't require the backups. And yeah, if you've entertained that, if that's viable in any way, it might increase the value of your parking long-term.
Certainly, that would certainly be something we would entertain. Right now, that drive-through exists. There's just a chain across there right now, and I suspect that's there just because this building actually has been vacant, I think, for about 2 years. It hasn't been operational as an office for about 2 years, so I think that's part of the reason why it's just been closed off. But certainly would reach out to them to see if we can continue that circulation through.
Thanks.
Does any other commissioner have any questions of the applicant at this time? Okay, I don't see any. Does any person in the audience wish to speak in support of this proposal? We only have one screen now. Okay. Staff, do you see any that I'm missing?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak in support of the proposal?
Chair Winfield, we don't have anyone on the phone.
Okay. Does any person in the audience wish to speak in opposition of this proposal? If so, please provide the comprehensive plan criteria or McMinnville City Code criteria that you feel that the project does not meet, why it does not meet that criteria, and why you feel a condition of approval will not help it meet that criteria. If you have a proposed condition of approval to help the project meet the criteria, please provide that as well. Anybody in opposition?
I don't see any hands raised for that.
Okay. Does any person request that the record be left open for at least 7 days to submit additional written evidence, arguments, or testimony for the purpose of responding to the new written evidence? You have the right to request the opportunity to provide additional evidence, arguments, or testimony. Please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, or if you're on the phone, unmute yourself to respond. Don't see any. Does the commission wish to continue or close the hearing and keep the record open if requested?
Close the hearing.
Close the hearing.
All right, the public hearing is closed. We will hold the record open for additional written.
You don't have to hold the record
I
open.
don't have to hold that. I don't have to hold that open. Hold on here. I'm just looking. All right, the decision is to close the hearing. Does the applicant is allowed at least 7 days after the record is closed to all other parties to submit final written arguments in support of the application. Or the applicant may waive the 7-day period. Does the applicant choose to waive the additional 7 days?
Yes.
Okay. All right, hold on here. Does any commissioners wish to discuss the application? Nope. Okay. Are we ready for a motion on the proposed historic structure parking variance docket BR 4-21?
I've got one that based on the findings of fact, the conclusionary findings for approval and the materials submitted by the applicant, the Planning Commission approves VR 4-21 subject to the staff recommended conditions of approval.
Second that one.
Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez has moved to approve the variance and the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Jakowski. Are you ready for the question? Yep. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay. Those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. The vote is unanimous in favor of the motion. This is a decision of the McMinnville Planning Commission for approval and is final unless appealed to the City Council. This decision may be appealed to the City Council by filing notice with the Planning Department within 15 days of the date the decision is mailed to those that participated in the hearing. Does any commissioner have any comments to provide to the Planning Commission? Okay, that was, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Chair Winfield. Actually, Heather, on page 110 of 124 of our packet, the decision document has the Planning Commission Roger Hall Chair. So that might need to be updated to Sidoni Winfield.
Thank you for that,
Yeah,
Gary.
I just
And
saw
then,
it, so sorry.
just let Mr. Cleaner know, so that the commission did approve your land use application.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to moving forward.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need a little transition there. I just was kind of going forward. So thank you very much. All right. So any other comments to provide to the Planning Commission by commissioners? Okay.
One more.
What was that,
I
Commissioner?
have one more.
Yes.
Heather, I really like the 3 Mile Lane area plan. You folks have done a marvelous job. Good work, and thank you for working with us on this. I appreciate the way you worked with us tonight, so thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And again, it's not my work, it's the community volunteers that put that together, so.
Yeah. 6, does staff have any additional comments to provide to the Planning Commission?
Just one. So most of you know, we've been carrying some significant vacancies for quite a while on our team. I've been filling them. You've met Monica tonight. We made an offer for another one of the positions a couple of weeks ago and it was accepted. And we just finished interviewing for the last position and are moving forward with an offer on that too. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, it feels like.
Monica, welcome. This is a wonderful team. So
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah,
We're
great
ready for
job,
it.
Monica.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for your thoughtful dialogue tonight, and also your commitment to the length of the meeting. It was a long meeting, so thank you for that.
Commissioner Chakowski?
Yeah, if I may say, I just wanted to thank Mr. Queen for sticking around for so long. It's been a long night, and I also want to thank you for what your business has brought to the city of McMinnville. We appreciate you. So thank you for being here.
I appreciate all of your time and I appreciate those comments. We just can't wait to get back and reconnect with the community as quickly as possible. So we're looking forward to it.
We'll see you there.
Yeah, thank you.
For sure, for sure.
All
We'll be
right,
there.
thank you.
Okay, all right, are we ready to adjourn? Okay, this concludes the agenda for the meeting this evening. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All right, the meeting is adjourned at 10:22 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Very long night, and my apologies for the dog, the cat. We'll come up with a new solution for next